Chapter 435. I'm also glad that you were able to pull me out of the water. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I would have drowned even if I woke up. Oh right. You often go fishing, so you should be familiar with the surrounding environment. Can you tell me more about the Sardinia? For example, what are the important cities and people worth paying attention to? André displayed his conversational skills, knowledge, and elegance to his heart's content. He acted like a courteous noble, especially the amiable smile on his face. He did not show the slightest bit of disgust because of the strong fishy smell on the youth in front of him. As a mature transmigrator who was good at disguising himself, as long as he was willing, he could use his rich social experience from his previous life to change his attitude and temperament to make everyone feel friendly towards him. The effect was not inferior to a level 1 Arcane spell, friendly. In Aurire, the first impression that nobles gave people was that they were dignified, arrogant, cold, selfish, cruel, and greedy, but they were not amiable. Mabel almost couldn't believe that in her lifetime, she would meet a noble who bowed to her and even expressed his gratitude. She immediately rubbed her hands excitedly and said rather shyly, "You're too kind. You're too kind. Helping those who fall into the water is the duty of every fisherman. It's my fortune to have met you. No matter what, you saved me in the end. This is a great kindness and I have to repay it. Although I can't take out much money now, if you're willing to help me return to Linton City, I'm willing to make an oath here. I guarantee that you and your sister will receive noble titles, and at the same time, I'll give you gold coins that you won't be able to spend in your lifetime." After saying that, André took off the seal ring with a serious expression and placed it in the youth's palm. "This is something that represents my identity as a baron. As long as you have a way to send it to the Linton City Sorcerers Association, or to Countess Anastasia of the Mariel family, you'll get it immediately." He knew very well that it was almost impossible for the siblings to escape before they recovered their powers as a sorcerer. Ordinary fishing boats were fine in shallow waters, but once they entered the deep sea, they would be quickly smashed to pieces by the huge waves. His only option was to send a message back. Then, with guild leader Boris's powerful strength and the Countess's methods, it wouldn't be a problem for them to sneak him out. Of course, following the principle of equivalent exchange, he would give the person who took the risk to deliver the letter a generous reward. Regardless of whether it was money, status, or land, as long as the person was not greedy to the point of crossing the bottom line, it would not be a problem to feed the person for a lifetime. Looking at the seal ring on her palm that was emitting a golden light, Mabel was momentarily dazed. As the descendant of slaves at the lowest level of the Sardinia's chaotic system, his greatest wish in this life was to escape with his sister and live a normal life. He did not have to worry day and night that pirates would suddenly rush in and commit violence, nor did he have to worry that he would be forced to join a pirate ship one day. One had to know that in this lawless zone, there were no clear laws or systems at all. The few most powerful pirate groups were secretly competing with each other. Whoever had the most power could become the pirate king and rule over tens of thousands of pirate alliances. Mabel would never forget the day 15 years ago when a group of drunken pirates barged into her home and killed her honest father without saying a word. Then, they took turns to rape her mother to death. Fortunately, she had hugged her sister and hid under the bed, barely escaping with her life. As his sister grew up day by day and gradually became more beautiful and enchanting, he was worried every day that she would attract the attention of some pirate leader and cause the tragedy to repeat itself. Thus, he was always looking for a way to escape. Now that there was an opportunity in front of him, he was actually a bit hesitant. On one hand, there was a great risk in doing so. If he was careless and was discovered by the pirates, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He might even be hung on the walls of Valens City and burned to death. On the other hand, he didn't know much about André's background and was a bit unsure if the other had the ability to secretly rescue him and his sister. Seeing the young man's hesitant gaze, Andre immediately understood what was going on. He smiled as he took out the badge of a senior member of the Mage Association and waved it around. I can understand your worries. Please take a look at this. It represents the status of a senior member of the Mage Association in Lincoln City. To be honest, I'm not only a Baron, but also the successor personally appointed by the chairman of the Mage Association. As long as you can convey the news, it won't be long before someone comes to rescue us. In order to increase his persuasiveness, he even displayed the spellbook, scroll box, staff, and other items one by one. In particular, the spellbook he'd snatched from the Shadow Wizard was constantly emitting a sinister energy. Even a normal person who didn't know anything would be able to feel the abnormality. You're actually a wizard? Mabel immediately retracted her hand after touching the spellbook, an expression of disbelief on her face. But it wasn't surprising. Orier, whether in stories or in reality, the image of a wizard was either a white-haired old man or a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. A young man like Andre, who looked like he hadn't yet reached adulthood, was at most an apprentice. You can say that. Andre shrugged rather helplessly. My body has suffered severe injuries, so I won't be able to use the power of a wizard for a long time. So I can't use any arcane spells for the time being. So that's how it is. Mabel nodded in realization, her eyes quickly becoming resolute. She gripped the seal ring tightly and promised, Please be at ease, I happen to know a merchant who often comes to Valen City to restock. If you can take out something that can move his heart, such as the magic potions you're carrying, it won't be a problem for him to pass on a message. Can you tell me more about this merchant? Where is he from, what kind of business does he do, and how did you two meet? Andre, who had always been cautious, quickly asked a series of questions. After all, he didn't believe that a merchant who could come to a pirate gathering place to restock would be a decent person. If he didn't get the details, he might not even know what was going on when he was sold. His name is Tim, and I heard he's a merchant from Pool City. He basically buys all the goods the pirates steal. We met in a tavern, and later I secretly sold him a small portion of the pearls I collected. We got to know each other after a while. Chapter 436. Without any hesitation, Mabel told him everything about the merchant. He knew that his knowledge was not enough to judge whether the other party was trustworthy or not. Andre narrowed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a playful smile appeared on his face. Interesting, I think I know his identity. Without a doubt, this is a devil that would sell everything for profit. More accurately, he's a smuggler. The reason he came to the Sardinia Islands to buy goods is because it's cheap and he doesn't have to pay any taxes. Don't be in a hurry to contact him. Help me buy everything I need to forge. Magic potions can't be used as a bargaining chip in the trade, because they will expose my identity. Perhaps creating some outstanding weapons and armor is a good idea. It can hide my identity and arouse his interest. Even though blacksmithing was only a beginner in his specialization, with his understanding of magic formations, it wouldn't be a problem for him to create some exceptional weapons and armor as long as he was in contact with them for a period of time. One of the biggest reasons why there were so few magical weapons and armor in this world was that most blacksmiths were unable to sense magical energy, let alone learn complicated enchantment technique. It wasn't that their skills weren't up to standard. In the distant era when the magic civilization was at its most prosperous, even the lowest-ranked soldiers used magical equipment. One could imagine that it wasn't difficult at all. But ever since the great decline of magic, the number of mages had decreased. They were already too busy just researching the various lost techniques, so how could they have the time to work with blacksmiths to create magical weapons and armor? They wouldn't be able to use them anyway. As time passed, the number of such items decreased, but their value increased. Now, every item was enough to make those who needed them go crazy. It just so happened that Andre had obtained many enchantment blueprints from his missions and had already memorized them. Perhaps it would be difficult to enchant small items like rings and amulets without the help of arcane spells, but it would definitely work if he enchanted longswords, helmets, and armor. The only downside was that the enchantment level might be lowered if he didn't cast spells, and he also needed some materials with special attributes. Alright. I'll go to Valen City tomorrow morning to buy things for you. Please give me a list. But, at this point, a trace of hesitation appeared on Mabel's face. She then gathered her courage and asked, "Are you sure you can forge?" Hearing the young man's question, Andre immediately laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Of course. In at most 4 days, you will be able to see how I swing my hammer. As for the list, there's no need for that. I'll go with you tomorrow and take a look at the legendary pirate city, Walloon. Come with me tomorrow? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your body? Mabel looked surprised. Of course, I can already get up and walk now. Tomorrow I'll receive 3 more treatments for minor injuries. As long as I don't do any strenuous activities, it shouldn't affect me too much. As he spoke, Andre moved his arms a little. Although he still couldn't exert much strength, eating and drinking wasn't a problem. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Please wait a moment. I'll help Fiona deal with the tuna. Otherwise, she may be a little busy. Once you're done, we can have dinner. Andre smiled and nodded. It's okay. You go ahead. I happen to be a little tired, so I'll lie down and rest for a while. Mabel, who had lived at the bottom of society for a long time, was very simple. She didn't have the hypocrisy of the upper class of Linton City. Since she said she would help her sister clean up the tuna, she did it without saying a word of courtesy. She carried a dagger and walked out of the door. She cut off pieces of bright red fish, sprinkled some salt on them, and put them in a basket prepared in advance. From her skillful movements, it could be seen that her arm and wrist strength were quite good. Coupled with the well-proportioned muscles that had been trained by swimming for a long time, her physical fitness was not inferior to a level 1 professional warrior. 3 big fish that weighed more than 300 kilograms were completely dismembered in less than 20 minutes. The bones of the large remaining fish were chopped and thrown into the pot to cook soup. The basket containing the meat was placed under the eaves to be blown by the sea breeze. As for the internal organs, they were all thrown into the wooden bucket as bait for the next trip. It could be said that the entire fish was fully used, and there was not a single bit of waste on its body. After the busy work, the hard-working and capable Fiona began to prepare dinner. As the elder brother, Mabel, after washing off the fishy smell on her body, sat at the head of the bed and chatted with Andre. She also introduced the situation around the island. As the last trace of the sun disappeared between the sea and the sky, waves of rich fragrance filled the room. Dinner was very simple. It was a simple grilled fish, a chowder soup made of shellfish, crinoline, and bones. The staple food was dried coconut meat. Because the islands around the Sardinia Islands were generally relatively small, they were not cultivated. Furthermore, the pirates were thinking about how to loot merchant ships all day long. How could they have the time to care about farming? Therefore, only a small number of wheat fields were cultivated. The yield was not even enough for them to eat. They basically relied on plundering and smuggling. Things like bread were ridiculously expensive. As the descendants of slaves, the siblings could not afford it at all. The coconut meat with a higher sugar content naturally became one of the staple food. To be honest, the fishy smell of the sweet coconut meat paired with the seafood chowder soup was simply unbearable. Andre did not know how the siblings in front of him had adapted to such a terrible mix and match. In any case, he could not accept it. After drinking a bowl of soup and eating a few pieces of fresh fish, he was unwilling to touch the coconut meat even if he was beaten to death. At the very least, he would definitely not touch anything with a sweet taste before the taste of the seafood in his mouth disappeared. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that if he still had money after buying the tools tomorrow, He would buy some staple foods like flour no matter what. Mabel was in high spirits today. After eating 2 pieces of tuna that weighed more than half a kilogram, she took small sips of the soup as she introduced the situation of Valen City in a low voice. Valen City is located on Valen Island in the center of the Sardinia Islands. It is said to be named after the first-generation pirate king, Valen Fanning. It is a city built from all kinds of broken ship. There are over 4,000 pirates and 20,000 to 30,000 ordinary people in all kinds of trades. Among them are blacksmiths, tailors, brewers, prostitutes, merchants who open taverns, inns, and shops, as well as smugglers from various cities in the south. Because there are no law enforcement organizations, there are countless thieves, robbers, and hoodlums. Especially in the dark alleys, you will probably be robbed clean if you accidentally walk in. Like I said before, it's a lawless place. Robberies, murders, and the like can happen every minute, so please don't wander around tomorrow. Otherwise, entering the gang's territory will be very dangerous. Chapter 437. Understood. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. It's up to you to decide where to go. Andre made a promise without even thinking about it. In the face of a completely unfamiliar environment, he would not wander around like a brainless idiot. Not to mention that his biggest reliance was the mage profession, which was still sealed. If he was not careful and caused a conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing you say so, I'm relieved. In addition, there are more than 40 families on Turtle Island other than my brother and sister. Most of them are descendants of slaves who have been fishing for generations. However, there are a few young people who are eager to join the pirates. If you meet them, you must be careful. If they see a flaw, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. After saying that, a trace of haze appeared on Mabel's face. One of her hands subconsciously clenched into a fist. There was no need to ask to know that there must be some unknown conflict. Fiona sighed slightly and asked softly, "Brother, you're not talking about Edmund's gang, are you? I really don't understand what they are thinking. They actually worship the murderer of their family." "Humph. A bunch of bastards. If it wasn't for Father Rawls stopping me, I would have thrown them all into the sea to feed the fish." When this matter was mentioned, Mabel immediately burned with anger. She gritted her teeth, and under the strong grip, the wooden spoon was instantly broken into 2 pieces. Her eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. There was no doubt that she was not just talking about it. She really wanted to kill. However, for Andre, whose hands were already stained with blood, this murderous intent was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He smiled slightly and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Actually, I don't think this kind of thing is worth being angry about. Humans are originally a race that likes to worship the strong. Although those pirates killed their family, there is an indisputable fact that pirates are stronger. So naturally, there will be a kind of thinking that, if I were a pirate, I would be able to do so and so." However, these pitiful fellows didn't understand that the reason why the strong were strong was because they possessed extraordinary strength. For example, outstanding intelligence, outstanding physical qualities, innate bloodline abilities, and charisma that could infect the companions around them. We live in a world full of danger. If we don't have great power, it's better to be an ordinary person. At least we don't have to worry about dying for no reason one day. So be at ease, my friend, that Edmund and his party of whom Fiona speaks are not worth our attention. If things go on as they are, they will all be dead in a year or 2 at most. As the saying goes, the saddest thing about overconfident people is that they always overestimate their own strength. At the same time, they like to provoke enemies who are countless times stronger than themselves. Although I've lost the power of a spellcaster, it's still very easy for me to kill a few ordinary people who aren't even professionals. As the last word fell, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He gently stroked the bronze fire spear at his waist, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although the gunpowder bag had been completely destroyed after being soaked in the sea for a long time, there were still a lot of lead bullets left. As long as he bought some sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, in half an hour, these delicate little things could once again be turned into deadly weapons. Ever since Andrei obtained the fire spear, he rarely used the crossbow or the bow. After all, drawing the bowstring was a very exhausting thing. Even with the addition of the pulley, with his previous strength, he could only draw the bow about 20 times in a short period of time. After that, his arms would start to feel weak and his spellcasting would be seriously affected. But the fire spear was different. It only required a certain amount of gunpowder and lead bullets to be stuffed in. The next thing to do was to aim at the target and pull the trigger. The physical requirement was basically zero. It was far more suitable for a mage than a bow. Of course, there were also many disadvantages. First, the shooting range was too short. Second, because it was a musket, it was difficult to aim beyond 20 meters, and it was also more troublesome to reload. However, the lack of quality made up for the lack of quantity. One must know that in order to make up for his weakness of not being good at close combat, Andrei made 4 fire spears that he carried with him. The flint was also not an ordinary product, but a high-grade product with a small amount of magnesium metal. There was no way that he would not be able to fire. It could be said that the only thing that he could use to defend himself were these seemingly unremarkable little things. If he used them to deal with ordinary people, he would be able to kill them with one shot. Mabel obviously noticed Andrei's action of stroking the bronze fire spear. Not to mention, each of the spears was carved with exquisite patterns. At a glance, one could tell that they were expensive. She hesitated for a few seconds and asked tentatively, "Sorry, can I ask what you are holding in your hand? Some kind of magic equipment or weapon?" Andrei smiled and nodded. "Yes, it is similar to a crossbow. One is to shoot arrows and the other is to shoot bullet. But right now, I lack a medium that can produce propelling force, so I can't use it for the time being. Tomorrow I will buy some and mix it. It will immediately become a sharp weapon to kill people." "Really? It can shoot through people like an arrow?" Fiona's 2 eyes stared at the bronze fire spear, eager to take a closer look. "Of course. When I come back tomorrow, I can show you. Within 15 to 20 meters, the bullets it shoots can even penetrate iron breastplates. Once a human is hit, if they are not treated in time, there is no possibility of survival," Andrei said as he threw one of the spears to the girl in order to satisfy her strong curiosity. Fiona hurriedly took it in her hand and carefully observed the internal structure. After a long time, she still could not figure out the knack. Perhaps the mechanical structure of the bronze fire spear was not complicated, but for a fisherman's daughter who did not even know how to read, it was a hell of a level of difficulty. After fiddling with it for a while, she returned it to Andrei. After all, in this world, those who could make things like ballistas, and catapults were all considered high-level technical talents, not to mention high-level goods like firearms. In the following time, the 3 of them got together and chatted. It was mainly Andrei who introduced the situation of Linton City to the siblings, especially after hearing that he had a huge territory. As the elder brother, Mabel's desire to escape from the Sardinia Islands grew stronger and stronger. As for the naive Fiona, she looked at Andrei with a look of admiration and spoke with assurance. From time to time, she would exclaim in surprise, and her eyes revealed undisguised love. As a girl who grew up on a remote island, Andrei could be said to be the most handsome, most knowledgeable, and most elegant young man she had ever seen. In addition, at the age of 18 or 19, she was most interested in the opposite sex, so it was normal for her to have feelings of love. Chapter 438. Mabel, who was observing her younger sister's every move, had no intention of stopping her. Instead, she was happy to see it happen. He knew that his younger sister might not be able to achieve anything as a noble, but at the very least, she could leave behind a beautiful memory. It was much better than being targeted by the fishy fishers on the island or being targeted by the pirate. As the night deepened, Andre, who was weak, quickly fell asleep. The other two also quickly laid down to rest. As there were only 2 beds in the room and Mabel occupied one of them, Fiona could only squeeze with Andre. Unsure if it was intentional or not, the little girl deliberately pressed her body close to Andre after the lights were turned off. She entered her dream with a satisfied smile on her face. The night on the island was particularly quiet. Accompanied by the sound of the sea breeze and waves, Andre had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a huge eye floating in the air. No matter how he ran or hid, he couldn't escape from that terrifying gaze. In the end, he accidentally fell into a bottomless abyss and kept falling, as if there was no end to the abyss after an unknown period of time. It could be a minute, or it could be an hour, or even longer. Suddenly, Andre realized that the eye that had been chasing after him had appeared at the bottom of the abyss. It was like a monster that had opened its bloody mouth and sucked him into the eye. Then, an indescribable amount of knowledge surged into his brain crazily. It was as if his nerves were being squeezed, and the terrifying pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream in just a few seconds. His eyeballs flew out from his eye sockets with a bang, and then exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Just when he thought he had gone blind, the blood that spurted out gradually condensed into a pair of violet eyes, especially the golden light that was faintly discernible in the pupils, making him look like a god. Boom! With a loud bang, the abyss shattered completely. A huge eye stood in front of Andre. It stared at the human in front of it as if it was communicating silently. But it was a pity that Andre didn't understand what it was trying to say. When he reached out to touch it, a strange voice instantly echoed in his mind. "I've woken up from a deep sleep. I need more energy. You are a special individual that I have chosen. You bear a great responsibility. Please integrate the power of the 2 worlds, magic and technology. Uncover the truth of the universe. Become the true master of Arcane. The turmoil of the material plane is coming. The barrier of the gods is weakening. Whether the world will usher in the twilight of the gods or usher in the end of magic, it's all up to you to choose. Crazy demon lord, the treacherous and cunning duke of the devil, a heavenly creature that worshipped order and kindness, an incomparably tyrannical giant dragon, the creator race of the ancient era. All dormant powers will soon awaken, along with the confrontation between good and evil. Chaos and order will clash. When the sun of winter once again soars into the sky, the era of the great prophecy will begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire dreamland instantly burst into a dazzling white light, and in the next second, it completely shattered with a bang. Andre opened his eyes abruptly and sat up from the bed, panting heavily. His naked upper body was completely soaked in sweat, and his hands were slightly trembling uncontrollably. That dream just now was too real. It was so real that he could remember every detail clearly, especially the last meaningful words, as if they were giving him some kind of hint. Is this just a dream or something else? Integrating the power of the 2 worlds? Maybe it's not that simple for me to come to this world. Andre muttered to himself as he steadied his breathing. At the same time, he activated the amulet to heal minor injuries 3 times a day, and soon his HP was restored to normal. Just as he was about to get up, Fiona pushed the door open and walked in with a set of linen clothes. She greeted him with a face full of surprise. "Good morning. You're finally awake. My brother is already loading the ship outside and will set off in half an hour at most. Your previous set was too conspicuous. Once it was noticed by the pirates, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome, so I specially found a set of old clothes. Quickly change into them." "Thank you, you're so thoughtful." After thanking her, Andre took the linen clothes and quickly put them on. He was very clear that even though he didn't use overly luxurious silk or velvet for his custom-made pirate overcoat, he still used quite a bit of cotton. Perhaps it wouldn't be much in the relatively wealthy Linton City, but in the Sardinia Islands where resources were relatively scarce, this set of clothes was enough to attract the attention of many, both in terms of style and material. After changing into a set of gray linen robes and a pair of wooden shoes, André completely transformed from a noble with an unconventional demeanor into a rather handsome village youth. If one didn't pay attention to the faint majesty exuding from his eyes, no one would associate him with the potion master of Linton City. In addition, the color of his hair, eyebrows, and pupils had all changed from the original fiery red to a translucent silver white. Apart from a very few close friends and family members, it would be strange if anyone could recognize him. Fiona used a white cloth to tie up her shawl hair and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I'm willing to bet that all the girls in Valence City will be smitten with you. André rubbed his somewhat tense scalp and sighed with a wry smile. Thank you for your praise, but I don't want to charm anyone, nor do I want to attract the attention of others. Give me a cloak. I plan to hide under the hood the entire time and minimize contact as much as possible. Here, this is your cloak. It's not as conspicuous as your clothes, so it shouldn't matter if you wear it. As she spoke, Fiona handed over the anti-detection cloak. Silent murmurs. Quickly putting on the cloak and hood, André completely disguised himself, leaving only the area below his nose. It was impossible to determine his age and gender, nor his occupation and identity. In the time that followed, he washed his face, used a crushed tree branch to clean his teeth, and had a simple breakfast. After that, he steered the small fishing boat with Mabel and slowly sailed towards the center of the Sardinia Islands. Along the way, they encountered many ships coming in and out. There were smuggling ships that came to do business, as well as pirate ships that went out to rob or returned from robberies. Just from the number alone, it was very shocking. It was no wonder that Linton City had been locked in a stalemate for hundreds of years. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they could quickly recover. Chapter 439. It was common knowledge that the interior of the Sardinia archipelago was filled with submerged reefs and torrents. If one wasn't familiar with these waters, there was a 99% chance that they would hit the reefs and capsize. Thus, Mabel was very careful as she stood at the bow of the ship and poked at the surface of the sea with her oars. It took a full 2 hours before they arrived at the legendary city of pirates, Valence. It had to be said that this city was very unique. It was located in a natural deep water area, and a third of it was pieced together from damaged ships. From afar, it looked like a ship was stacked on top of another, extending from the land to the sea. All sorts of ladders, ropes, and planks connected everything together. The remaining 2/3 were built on steep slope. It was unknown what method the pirates had used to carve out large platforms on top. All sorts of shops, taverns, hotels, brothels, and markets were set up everywhere. There was no planning to speak of. The uneven and disorderly feeling was the first impression that this city had left on André. As for his second impression, it was the noisy hawking. The two mixed together to form the strange chaotic scene in front of him. He finally understood why Lincoln City had never launched an attack on this place. The reason was simple. On one hand, the terrain was too complicated. On the other hand, the platforms on the land were filled with ballistae and catapult. With the advantage of the high ground, the fleets would suffer heavy losses before they could even approach. From a certain perspective, Valence City was an impregnable fortress, at least not until the power of the cannons reached the level of the First World War. Looking at the city in the distance that wasn't quiet for a moment, André couldn't help but sigh. It's truly an indescribable place. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a miracle. I simply can't imagine how the pirates built it back then, and how they ensured that it wouldn't collapse in such a chaotic situation. In just a few minutes, he saw at least 3 robberies, 2 murders, and a dozen thieves reaching into other people's pockets. If you want to survive here, you just need to learn 2 things. The first is to never speak to a drunk pirate. No matter how he provokes you, don't respond. The second is to keep your mouth shut. No matter how beautiful a woman is, don't pay attention to her. Otherwise, you'll soon know what it means to be the most vicious. Not only would they steal money from strangers, but they would also stab you in the throat while they were doing it with you. This city was a paradise for criminals, but it was also hell for strangers, especially the part that extended to the sea. Almost everyone's hands were stained with the blood of innocent. Fortunately, we don't need to stop here. Otherwise, we would have to bring a few more armed companions. After saying that, Mabel ignored the prostitutes who were showing off their full breasts and thighs in front of him and headed straight for the plank road by the shore. When the prostitutes realized that the boat had no intention of stopping, they immediately changed their expressions and started cursing loudly. The content of their curses was filled with all kinds of filthy words, enough to make any normal person blush. However, Mabel didn't mind at all. Instead, she raised her middle finger and smiled at Andre. Did you see that? This is their original attitude. They are a group of vicious wolves that can swallow a man whole. Haha, don't worry, I've seen women more valiant and scheming than this. Andre also laughed loudly in response. Perhaps the prostitutes of Valen City were better in terms of viciousness, but their acting skills were far inferior to the scheming bitches he'd seen in his previous life. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Let's go to the 1,000 Sails Inn to sell the tuna meat first, then I'll take you on a shopping spree. Perhaps it was because he had hope of leaving, or because he suddenly had a large sum of money on hand, but the young man's spirits were exceptionally high today. He even rowed the boat with all his might. They quickly passed through the crisscrossing waterways and slowly approached a 3-story wooden building with a hubbub of voices. The large signboard at the entrance read, "1,000 Sails Inn, your warm home." Just as the boat filled with fish docked at the simple dock, the inn's door was knocked open with a bang. A drunken pirate around 30 years old drew a parabola in the air and fell into the sea with a plop. Following closely was a bald man over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles all over his body. He shouted loudly, "Remember? Keep your eyes open in the future. This is the territory of Iron Fist Garrick. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll make sure to wake them up properly. Damn it, you bastard, how dare you throw me into the sea? I'm the subordinate of Captain Kent of the Sea Wolf. Just you wait. He'll definitely bring people to chop you into mincemeat." The pirate who fell into the water was unwilling to give up. He stared at the 2 ferocious eyes and threatened loudly. The burly man who called himself Iron Fist Garrick sneered as he picked up a fist-sized pebble from the ground and threw it with all his strength, accurately hitting the target's head. Bang! Ah! Following a blood-curdling scream, the pirate held onto his bleeding forehead and quickly sank, disappearing from the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a string of bubbles. Without a doubt, in his situation, he would die within a few minutes once he sank into the water. The chances of him surviving were basically zero. After staring at the surface of the sea for a long time and confirming that the other party had not escaped elsewhere, Garrick curled his lips and mocked with a sinister expression. "Idiot! If you were smart, you would have kept your mouth shut and secretly brought people back for revenge. I don't have the habit of leaving behind future troubles for myself, so I'm very sorry, but I can only ask you to die." Andre did not expect that he would be involved in a conflict just as he was about to go ashore. To be precise, it was a blatant murder. The unlucky one who was the most arrogant had already sunk into the sea of corpses, and he did not know where his corpse would eventually emerge from. However, he noticed that the passers-by around him were not panicking at all. The guests in the hotel were also very calm, as if this was just a small matter that was not worth their attention. There were even a few people who were watching the show clapping their hands and cheering. Abnormal. This city is definitely abnormal. Just as Andre was considering whether to go ashore immediately, Mabel suddenly waved at the burly man and shouted, "Boss Garrick." Aren't you afraid that Captain Kent of the Sea Wolf will bring people to cause trouble? His ship is ranked in the top 30 among the pirates, and it's said that he once captured a real large warship. Chapter 440. Ha! I was wondering who it was, so it was you. What good stuff did you send today? Hurry up and take some out for me to try. Furthermore, I'm not afraid of the Sea Wolf Captain. He may be a ferocious shark at sea, but once on land, he has to abide by the rules set by all the guilds. Otherwise, a dagger from behind will take his little life. Not to mention, that guy is just a small fry. He's only been on the ship for a few days and he's already swindling people everywhere under the name of Sea Wolf. Even if I don't kill him, with Sea Wolf's ferocious personality, he'll have to deal with him sooner or later. Garrick stroked the thick hair on his chest, a trace of craftiness that didn't match his reckless appearance flashing through his eyes. As one of the leaders of Valen City's underground guilds, he was well aware of who he could offend and who he couldn't. Otherwise, he would have already died in some dark corner like those idiots who overestimated themselves. Perhaps by the time someone found him, his corpse would have already started rotting and eaten by rats beyond recognition. Nothing good, just tuna meat. If you don't mind, you can have a taste. As she spoke, Mabel carried a basket full of fish onto the dock and gestured for him to eat. Garrick didn't hold back at all. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with big mouthfuls, praising as he ate, "Not bad. The taste is very fresh, and it won't take more than a day. I'm sure it'll fetch a good price." "All right, I'll inform the bartender for you. Someone will be here to buy it in a while. Remember, if anyone purposely comes looking for trouble, just mention my name." Finishing his words, he picked up the 50 kilograms of fish and walked into the chaotic inn without looking back. After watching the burly man leave, André smiled playfully and asked in a low voice, "Is that basket of fish a protection fee?" "How did you know?" Mabel opened her mouth wide in shock. She hadn't expected a noble to be able to understand the hidden rules of these guilds. In reality, everyone who came to Valen City to do business had to pay a protection fee. The specific situation depended on the value of the goods, and it usually wouldn't exceed 10%. Otherwise, don't even think about striking a deal here. Worse still, you might not even be able to keep your life. I'm not a fool. One of you took the initiative to give it away, while the other took it with a clear conscience. Naturally, it can't be a social interaction. The biggest possibility is that you're paying a protection fee. What's more, that guy called Garrick just shouted that this area is his territory. You can deduce the result with just a little bit of brain. Even though André had temporarily lost his ability as a mage, he still retained his intelligent brain and could easily discern what had just happened. Mabel smiled bitterly and nodded. "That's right, we are indeed paying protection fees. It seems that you're very used to the chaotic situation here. You didn't show the slightest bit of surprise from beginning to end." He had originally thought that as a noble, André would be flustered or frightened on his first visit to Valen City. After all, even many merchants who had come here to do business for a long time couldn't stand the numerous crimes in the city. Add to that the fact that many of the top 10 wanted criminals of the various cities were hiding in some small alleyway, ordinary people would probably wet their pants just by hearing their names. Unfortunately, André wasn't an ordinary person. Having seen how a necromancer dissected a living person and conducted cruel experiments on them, he had long since trained his nerves of steel. Even if a red dragon were to descend from the sky at this moment and spit out flames hot enough to melt metal and turn Valen City into ruins, he wouldn't be the slightest bit flustered. There was a saying that people were all forced out. After receiving too much stimulation, one's nerves would become numb. If one wanted to experience the feeling of being frightened again, it would have to be at least 10 times more intense than the last time. Looking at the current situation, it would take the strength of a legendary lich to make André feel nervous, flustered, and at a loss. Just as the two were talking, A fatty of about the same height as his waist quickly walked out of the Thousand Sails Inn. He flung the fat on his body and ran to the simple dock, as if he was flying. He shouted in an extremely deep voice, "Where is the fresh tuna meat? Hurry and take it out for me to see." Seeing the planks under the plank road creak under the weight of the fatty, Andre couldn't help but worry. He felt that the old and damp planks wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying weight. If the fatty fell into the sea, who would have the strength to pull him out? "Please take a look, excellent tuna meat. I've brought over 600 kilograms. Mabel obviously recognized this fatty. She directly opened the lids of all the wooden baskets and allowed him to inspect them. It doesn't smell strange. According to the current temperature, it shouldn't have been left for more than a day. The taste of the meat is rich." The fatty tore off a small piece of bright red fish and put it into his mouth to chew while muttering softly to himself. He looked like a gourmet. It took him a full minute to swallow the chewed fish, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his oily face. "Not bad. I want all of these." According to the calculation of 1 copper per kilogram, 600 kilograms is 50 silver coins. What do you think? One had to know that Oriar was not Earth. Tuna had been hunted to become a rare species, and the price was so expensive that ordinary people couldn't afford it. They could only eat it occasionally to satisfy their cravings. Due to the limitations of navigation technology, most fishing boats here could only catch near the sea. The mesh of the fishing net was very large, and it was easy to find a school of fish. 1 or 2 tuna could be caught every once in a while, so the price was very cheap. After all, a beef cow weighing between 800 kilograms and a ton only cost 15 gold coins. In the coastal areas, the price of fish was generally much cheaper than that of livestock and poultry. 1 copper coin per kilogram was only because of the freshness of the meat. "No problem. Just give me 50 silver coins." Mabel agreed without even thinking about it. As a fisherman who often came to sell seafood, he understood that this price was not a loss for him. After paying the taxes of 50 silver coins, he should still have a lot left. It should be enough to buy some daily necessities for his family, such as linen, salt, flour, and so on. After the deal was reached, the fatty quickly took out 50 greasy silver coins from the leather pouch at his waist. He then waved to the waiter behind him, and baskets of fish were carried into the kitchen of the inn. Not long after, an advertisement board for a special tuna meal was hung at the door. Mabel happily counted every single silver coin, looking very happy. Although he still had more than 300 gold coins in his pocket, he felt that they didn't belong to him. They were the rewards he earned through his hard work, so he felt at ease spending them. Chapter 441. After carefully counting the coins 3 times, the young man reluctantly put all the silver coins into a bag and hid them well. He then turned around and said to Andre, "Now it's time to buy things. Follow me closely. No matter what strange things you see, don't stop walking. Lead the way. Let's go directly to the blacksmith shop and ask the master to buy a set of tools that he usually uses." In fact, Andre wasn't too sure what tools were needed to open a blacksmith shop. He only vaguely remembered that there were iron stoves, iron felt, hammers of different sizes, fire tongs, bellows, pincers, and water basins. There were also some small tools that he wasn't too sure about, so it was easier to find a blacksmith to buy them directly. The blacksmith shop is at the top of the city, next to the market. It will take about 10 minutes to walk there. Follow me. After saying that, Mabel stepped forward and climbed up a stone staircase that was covered in moss. His pair of big feet that were not wearing shoes seemed to be unable to feel the weight of his feet. His speed was very fast, and he turned a blind eye to what was happening around him. Andre followed closely behind. After just a few minutes, he was a little out of breath and short of breath. It was clear that although his vitality had reached 15 points, his weakened state still had a very big impact. Just a little bit of intense activity immediately made him feel a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, it was only a 12-minute walk from the simple dock to the blacksmith's shop. Otherwise, he was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to hold on. Just when the two of them were less than 30 meters away from the blacksmith's shop sign, a little fellow that was less than a meter tall and agile suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crowd of the market. From afar, she looked like a little girl of about 10 years old. However, if one looked closely, they would find that her facial features were slightly different from humans. She was obviously a halfling. As for her age, it was hard to say. She could be in her teens, or she could be in her 20s or 30s. In any case, halflings had a longer lifespan than humans, so they aged very slowly. The lifespan of a halfling could theoretically reach up to 150 years. Generally speaking, they would only begin to age around the age of 40 to 60. Before that, they could almost always maintain the appearance of a Lolita or a Shota. Coupled with their childish personality, it was enough to make the Lolicon otakus or Shota fujoshi on Earth excited. However, Andre obviously wasn't a Lolicon, and he didn't want to get involved in any troublesome matters. So, he immediately retreated and made way for them. Thank you. The handsome guy with silver hair and silver eyes. The halfling woman with a cute baby face and long brown hair that fluttered in the wind curled up the corner of her mouth, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. She spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Just as she stepped past Andre, a few armed pirates rushed out of the market and shouted fiercely, "Borsha! You damned thief! How dare you touch our things? No matter where you hide. They were all dead meat today. Stop her! Hurry up and stop her!" The short person called Borsha wasn't afraid of the other party's threat at all. Instead, she turned her head and stuck out her tongue as if she was playing a prank. She laughed loudly and retorted, "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think you can catch me with your clumsy looks? Dream on! I'm Borsha, the best thief, pickpocket, and burglary expert in all of Valen City. Goodbye everyone from the Devil's Ship, and help me pass on my most sincere greetings to your Captain Casamercas." As she spoke, she deliberately shook the leather pouch in her arms. From the clinking sounds, one could tell that it was filled with either gold coins or gems. The leader of the pirates was immediately enraged. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Good, good, good, stinking whore. I promise that I'll catch you out of your rat's nest before nightfall. Everyone listen up. In the name of Captain Casamercas of the Devil's Ship, I hereby announce a bounty. Anyone who can capture the thief Portia alive will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins from us. Oh, gods above! The chance to strike it rich has come. Charge! Catch that halfling! Hooray! For the bounty!" As the pirates announced the bounty in front of everyone, the entire market instantly boiled over. The originally indifferent crowd was like a pack of wolves that had suddenly discovered their prey. Their eyes were red as they crazily rushed out, like a flood that was roaring past. Seeing that so many people wanted to capture her and claim the bounty, Portia was clearly shocked. She no longer cared about continuing to talk nonsense, and hurriedly turned around and ran toward the chaotic lower half of the city. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from sight. Andre smiled and shrugged his shoulders, muttering to himself, "Interesting, this city is really full of vitality. It can totally be called a paradise for criminals and adventurers. I suddenly understand why so many people are willing to settle down here. Let's go, let's hurry up and finish our shopping and leave." Once the bounty is announced, it won't be long before more than half of the members of the underground guilds start searching for the target. When that happens, Valen City will become abnormally dangerous, and we might even get involved. With that, Mabel took the lead and pushed open the door, walking into the clanking blacksmith shop. Unlike the large-scale work of hundreds of people in Linton City, the blacksmith shop in Valen City was small and shabby, and the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths was also very average. Most of the weapons hung on the walls for sale were made of pig iron. Although there were a few items made of steel, they were too few in number and very expensive. As for armor, there was basically only leather and inlaid armor. There were none of the more technically demanding chainmail, breastplate, or plate armor. Of course, this might have something to do with the fact that pirates didn't like to wear overly heavy armor. After all, it was easy to fall into the water if you weren't careful when fighting on the sea. Leather and inlaid armor were fine, but heavy plate and breastplate armor would probably sink to the bottom in an instant, unable to float. Without wasting any time, Mabel immediately stated what she wanted to buy. The old blacksmith, who looked to be in his 50s, didn't say anything else and immediately had his disciple take out a set of spare tools. At the same time, he also gave them a blueprint for a furnace, as well as large amounts of iron ingots and coke, spending a total of 160 gold coins. Actually, the tools only took up a very small portion of the total, with most of the cost being in the iron ingots and coke. Due to the large number of purchases, the old blacksmith even had his disciple deliver the goods to the ship for free. If the two of them wanted to transport so many items to the simple docks, it would take at least 20 to 30 trips. Chapter 442. Andre and Mabel made use of this time to walk around the nearby market. The former bought enough sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal from a few shops, while the latter bought a large bag of flour, linen, salt, and other daily necessities. It had to be said that although this city of pirates was filled with chaos and slaughter, the variety of goods was surprisingly plentiful. It was just that the prices were more than double, and the slave market was especially lively. The pirates escorted the sailors, merchants, and nobles who had captured merchant ships back and auctioned them off in front of everyone. The smugglers didn't hesitate to buy the cheaper goods and ship them to distant countries to be sold. Among all the slaves, the most miserable ones were the women. Before the auction, they had been raped by the pirates no less than 100 times. Every single one of them was naked from head to toe. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were lifeless. They were like walking corpses. Even if there were one or two young girls who managed to preserve their chastity, their fates were not any better. The only reason they hadn't been violated was because of their special status. For example, they were nobles. In order to sell them at a higher price, pirate captains would normally forbid their crew from acting rudely. One had to know that there was never a lack of thrill-seeking perverts in this world. Many merchants engaged in smuggling were rather wealthy, but their social status was very low. Because their wealth couldn't see the light of day, they developed many disgusting hobbies. Among them, it was very common to press down on noble young girls and wantonly humiliate them. When they got tired of playing with them, they would sell them to brothels. It could be said that the moment these young girls fell into the hands of the pirates, they were destined to live a miserable life for the rest of their lives. Even the families behind them would choose to ignore them, because their existence was a huge stain on the nobles' reputation. News of their deaths would often be announced to the outside world not long after, and the person would cease to exist. Without a doubt, Valens City was a city of sin, a city of chaos, and a city of desire. Most of the people who lived here had many pasts they didn't want to talk about. It could be betrayal, hatred, or a heartbroken love story. Travelers from all corners of the continent blended together with residents of all shapes and sizes, and it was filled with an exotic atmosphere. There were sexy and enchanting dancers from the desert, snake charmers from the western islands, and bow makers from the grassland kingdom. All of these factors combined to form the abnormal prosperity of Pirate City. In addition, the pirates continuously threw gold, silver, jewels, slaves, goods, and ships into the market, further stimulating the economy and causing countless smugglers to treat this place as their own paradise. After completing the purchase mission, the two of them did not stay for too long. They quickly walked down the stairs and returned to the dock. Along the way, they saw many people with fierce eyes and hurried expressions. They even found more than a dozen people fighting in an alley. Just as Mabel had said before, The underground guild hidden behind the chaos of Valence City finally began to move after the news of the bounty of 1,000 gold coins quickly spread. It was like a man-eating monster, constantly devouring fresh life. Even the prostitutes were passing information to each other, and more than half of the residents began to search for the halfling thief called Portia. However, all of this had nothing to do with Andre. After paying a dozen or so silver coins as tax, they quickly drove a small boat filled with various tools, iron ingots, and coke slowly out of the harbor. Even though Valence City didn't collect any taxes from outside merchants, it imposed a heavy tax of around 20% on the local residents. This was especially true for the descendants of slaves like Mabel, who had been repeatedly exploited for a long time. Even the people in charge of collecting taxes would take advantage of the situation. They were basically people who could be bullied by anyone. Watching Valence City gradually disappear into the distance, Andre took off his hood and heaved a sigh of relief. He said with a smile, "Our luck isn't bad. We stayed in a place with such poor security for over 3 hours and didn't run into any trouble. We're practically blessed by the goddess of luck." I completely agree with this point. If it wasn't for you guys, it would have been almost impossible for me to escape from the pursuit of so many people. A clear and melodious female voice came from the wooden barrel filled with charcoal. "Who is it? Who's there?" Mabel immediately raised her oar and asked loudly. If the person inside made any strange movements, she would immediately smash the oar down and smash the other party's head. "Ahahaha. Relax, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just hitching a ride." As she spoke, a little fellow with a black face popped out from inside and patted away the black ash on her body. From her short stature and bright eyes, one could vaguely tell that she was the thief they'd met not too long ago and was wanted by the pirates, Portia. "Damn it! Why are you hiding on our boat?" After recognizing who it was, Mabel put down the oar in her hand and cried out in shock. Portia wiped her black face and smiled faintly, revealing a mouthful of pure white teeth. "Heh. Who asked your boat to be the closest and filled with goods? Isn't this the perfect hiding place? Of course, as a thief with a conscience, I won't be your boat for free. Here, this is the fare. If you take it, we'll be accomplices. You must not tell anyone about my whereabouts." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a thumb-sized jade to Mabel. Then, she crouched near the side of the boat and used seawater to wash the ash on her face. "Damn it! Such a big jade! No wonder the pirates on the Devil's ship issued a bounty. Oh my God! Oh my God! Have I been cursed by the goddess of misfortune?" Mabel was obviously frightened and almost threw the valuable jade on the ground. At the same time, her eyes were full of fear as she looked at the halfling. He could almost imagine how furious Captain Casimir Kiz, who was known as the Devil in Human Skin, would be at this moment. If the other party knew that he had unintentionally helped the thief in front of him, then there was no doubt that he would be torn to pieces. Don't expect pirates to reason with ordinary people. They relied on robbing for a living and had developed a bad habit. They pursued the idea that if they could rob, they would never steal. If they could steal, they would never act shamelessly. If they could farm shamelessly, they would never pay. If someone dared to touch their property, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Anyone who was involved in this matter would definitely be implicated. The most likely outcome was being hacked to death. Chapter 443. Aha! Don't mind it. As long as you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and that handsome guy over there doesn't say anything, who will know? As a big guy, you're a little too timid. Boscia wiped the seawater off her face and stared at Mabel with her big bright eyes, speaking in a bewitching tone. It could be seen that there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in her heart. On the contrary, she seemed to be eager to try, as if being chased by half the city was a very exciting and fun thing to do. To some extent, a halfling's lively, active, and adventurous nature was vividly reflected in her. Although she was only a little girl less than a meter tall, She had an unwavering heart. However, Mabel was obviously not as calm as Boscia. She stared at the emerald in her hand and muttered to herself in a daze. It's over. It's completely over. Captain Casamercas will definitely find out the truth. Although I'm not the main culprit, he'll definitely take his anger out on me. Why am I so unlucky? I'm actually involved in this. She didn't know if it was because she was too scared or because she was inexplicably involved in a dangerous situation, but the last few words were almost roared out. It couldn't be helped. For an honest fisherman, not being scared to the point of wetting his pants was already considered a strong psychological quality. After all, when Mabel was a child, she had personally witnessed the atrocities of the pirates. The strength and cruelty of the pirates were like a shadow that shrouded her heart. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any psychological problems. Boscia curled her lips in disdain. She carefully maintained her balance along the side of the boat and skipped to Andre. She playfully blinked her eyes and asked, "Hey, don't tell me you're scared too? If that's the case, then it's going to be boring. I'm still looking forward to an exciting adventure." Scared? Hee, I haven't fallen to the point of being scared by a mere pirate ship. Tell me, what did you steal that made those people make such a big fuss? Andre playfully asked as he sized up the little girl standing in front of him. He had read some information about halflings in books, so he knew some of the characteristics of this race, such as being opportunistic and having a strong hobby of collecting. These special races, which were only half the height of humans, often had a strong tendency towards chaos. Most of the time, they didn't steal because they were forced to, but because they didn't want to be bored, even if they had to die for it. Of course, they also had a special ability, which was to sense danger. Once a devastating disaster was about to happen in an area, most of the halflings would sense it and flee like small animals before an earthquake. Many of them had escaped the disaster by following them. However, the migration of the halflings was not always due to disasters. It was more due to the nature of their race. More than 50% of the halflings hated living in the same place. They preferred to wander around, see different sceneries, and meet different people. Generally speaking, most of the time they migrated in the form of a tribe or family, but there were also a few who acted alone. These guys were either thieves waiting for an opportunity to make a fortune and run away, or little rascals whose minds were full of cunning thoughts. Obviously, Portia belonged to the former category. She was a professional thief who made a living by stealing. Although her specific level was still unknown, her skills in stealth, picking locks, pickpocketing, and detecting traps were definitely among the best in the industry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal a bag of jewelry from a heavily guarded pirate ship. She had a head of thick brown hair, but because she hadn't taken care of it for a long time, it was messy and draped over her shoulders. Her black eyes revealed her owner's strong curiosity at the moment. Her skin was very healthy and rosy, and her round face with a little baby fat looked very cute. Coupled with her slender and nimble body, as well as her disproportionately full twin peaks and perky buttocks, she was definitely the type with a child's face and huge breasts. Even Andre had to admit that she was indeed very attractive to the eyes of men, especially when he looked down at the cleavage in the middle of her collar. Even with his strong will, he felt a slight impulse. If it were a Lolican otaku, he might have turned into a wolf in an instant, pouncing on her and swallowing her whole. Portia didn't seem to notice that she was exposed, or perhaps she didn't care at all. She gently opened the bag in her arms, revealing a dazzling light in an instant. Rubies, sapphires, diamonds, topaz, amber, turquoise, malachite, agate. Under the illumination of the sun, they emitted strange colors. There wasn't a single gold coin in the bag, but all of them were expensive gems. How is it? I've done well this time, right? Those idiots thought that locking the items in the metal cabinet was foolproof. In the end, I easily pried open the lock and stole everything while they were drunk. If I hadn't accidentally met a cat when I came out, I might still be in the dark. Portia proudly flaunted her spoils of war, completely unaware that Mabel's face had turned green on the other side. One had to know that gems weren't just decorative items in Oriar, but also important magical materials. Almost all enchantments required the consumption of certain types of gems, so there was no such thing as market saturation. The prices were always high, and many people liked to use gold coins to buy gems, then find a place where no one knew where to hide them in case of an emergency. The bag in front of them contained at least 100 or 200 gems of various types. Even at the lowest price, it would be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It was probably the savings of all the members of the Devil's Ship over many years. No wonder the other party had issued a bounty. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have given up so easily. Without a doubt, such a large sum of money was enough to make anyone go crazy. The reason why the underground guilds of Valen City had mobilized all their members wasn't for a mere 1,000 gold coins. Their true goal was the gems in the bag. No matter who obtained it in the end, they wouldn't return it to the pirates. Drug-eat dog situations couldn't be more common in the city of Pirate. After understanding the situation, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Portia's thick hair, praising with a smile, "Beautifully done. You're the best thief I've ever seen, and at the same time, the most daring. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to find a place to hide and wait for the news to blow over before escaping the Sardinia Islands, or do you want to find an opportunity to bribe a returning smuggler and leave directly?" Chapter 444. Oh, I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet. Portia rubbed her chin and thought for a long time before she finally shrugged with a smile. It was obvious that both her theft and escape had been done on the spur of the moment. She didn't have any plans to speak of. In fact, this was the embodiment of the chaotic nature of halflings. Most of the time, they did as they pleased and did whatever they wanted without considering the consequences or the path of retreat. How about this? You can follow us back to Sea Turtle Island and stay there for a while. There are few people there anyway, so we shouldn't be discovered. We can slowly think about it when the time comes. Also, let's get to know each other. My name is Gond, 14 years old this year, and I'm a blacksmith. Andre bent down and extended his right hand as he spoke, at the same time giving a temporary fake name. Although he couldn't sense any special motives for the time being, he still had a basic sense of vigilance. At the very least, he wouldn't reveal his true identity to a third person before he recovered his strength as a mage. "All right. I was just worrying about where to go to lie low. Nice to meet you, interesting handsome human. My name is Portia, 26 years old this year, and I'm a thief." After introducing herself, the halfling with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure stood on her tiptoes and happily shook hands with Andre. 26 years old? Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. "So you're saying that you haven't reached adulthood for long, yet you've already become an experienced thief with outstanding skills?" Due to their longer lifespans, halflings reached adulthood slightly later than humans, around 20 years old. Although they started learning how to steal, sneak, and pick locks when they were children, to possess such superb skills at the age of 26 could definitely be described as a genius. He'd originally thought that this little fellow in front of him was at least 40 years old. He never would have thought that she had only reached adulthood recently. Portia rubbed her nose with a smile and said proudly, "Heh. I've been a pickpocket on the streets since I was 10 years old. I could break into houses when I was 14, and I could easily see through traps and pick any lock when I was 20. You could say that I'm the king of thieves in Valen City. No one is better than me in terms of technique." This was the first time that Andre had seen someone who was not ashamed of their criminal past, and instead felt proud of it. He found it very interesting, and quickly began to inquire about the other party's past. In the end, the more they talked, the more they got along. They directly ignored Mabel, who was in charge of rowing the boat, and let her sigh helplessly. The young man couldn't figure out what the noble he saved was thinking. Why would he invite an audacious thief who had a bounty on his head? However, as a person who knew her own limitations, Mabel knew that she was far inferior to Andre, who was a noble and a mage in terms of intelligence and vision. He must have a motive for doing this. That was why she didn't stop him. Instead, she silently thought about how she should deal with the situation if an accident were to happen. In fact, Andre had noticed Mabel's reaction from the start. But in his opinion, compared to the young man's unnecessary worries, it was more important to rope Portia in as soon as possible. This was because he had many plans that required a thief who was adept at stealth to complete. Now that he had one, it would be difficult to find a second one if he didn't put in more effort. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, the boat that was returning from a rewarding journey quickly made its way around the dangerous reefs and rapids. Finally, it slowly sailed into the harbor of Sea Turtle Island around 2 in the afternoon. Perhaps because there were fewer residents here, there was no dock at all. Mabel directly pushed the fishing boat onto the soft beach, and then loaded a portion of the goods onto the trailer parked by the forest. The three of them pushed the trailer towards the wooden house in the distance. Because there were simply too many things, it was impossible to load them all in one go. Therefore, the first batch consisted of the more valuable iron ingots, tools, cloth, and flour. It didn't matter if the rest of the coal was seen by others. After all, there were only a few dozen families on the entire island, and everyone would see each other frequently. Generally speaking, there were very few thieves. Moreover, for ordinary people, coal wasn't necessarily better than firewood, so it shouldn't be lost on the boat. Pushing the trailer full of goods through a bumpy forest path, the three of them quickly saw a shabby wooden house standing beside a huge rock. A large amount of fresh red fish hung on the wooden shelves around it, along with some dried scallops and seaweed. On the left side of the wooden house was a simple wooden shed, where dried firewood and sundries were piled up. Without a doubt, this was the home of Mabel and her sister. Although it looked very inconspicuous, it was enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Moreover, Sea Turtle Island itself was sparsely populated, making it a suitable place to hide. Due to the changeable weather in summer and occasional storms, most of the residents on the island built their houses behind huge rocks or cliffs to prevent their houses from falling apart when the wind was strong. At the same time, the rocks could shelter them from the scorching summer sun. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. This is where they live? It looks pretty good. I thought it would be a simple cave. Portia's eyes shone as she muttered softly to herself. Cave. The corner of Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this word. What kind of strange thoughts are in your head? You actually thought that we would live in a cave? Along the way, he had fully understood how abnormal this big-breasted lowly's way of thinking was. Not only was there a problem with her outlook on life and values, but she was also muddle-headed in many aspects of common sense. She would often come up with some whimsical ideas, such as whether or not cutting a few holes in the side of the boat could reduce air resistance and speed up the boat. Fortunately, Mabel's reaction was fast enough to stop Portia's actions of destroying the boat. Otherwise, the three of them would have met with the stupidest shipwreck in history, and the things on the boat would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Since then, Andre had re-evaluated her danger level. In the end, he found that she was a completely unstable bomb. If he didn't keep a close eye on her, who knew when she would detonate and kill everyone around her? The big-breasted lowly was obviously unaware of this. Just as she was about to rush over to see the seafood drying on the wooden shelf, a fierce quarrel suddenly broke out in the wooden house. Scram! All of you scram! You're not welcome here. Edmund, if you dare to take one step closer to this house, I'll tell my brother and let him teach you a lesson. Chapter 445. Haha, did you hear that? He actually dares to threaten me. Don't think that no one dares to do anything to you just because you have Mabel protecting you. I'll tell you the truth. We have already been recruited by the Sea Wolf, and it won't take long for us to become a powerful pirate. You'd better consider the consequences of rejecting us now, or else. Hee. Boss, why are you wasting your breath on this woman? Just strip her naked and let her become a real woman. Then we can bask in the glory together. Yes, look at those full breasts and round buttock. It's simply making people burn with lust. I can't wait to watch a good show. Not knowing if it was due to the lust that had taken over their brains, for a moment, all kinds of obscenities kept coming out from the crack of the door. It was obvious that they were definitely here for Fiona. Mabel, who had always relied on her sister for survival, heard these words and her face instantly changed. Her eyes were filled with anger. She threw down the trailer, grabbed a thick wooden stick and rushed into the wooden house. Portia followed the halfling's personality of liking a lively scene. Without saying a word, she took out the dagger that she carried with her and followed. She was not to be underestimated just because of her small size. Although she might not be as strong as a human in terms of strength, she was definitely not comparable to an ordinary human in terms of dexterity and body coordination. Especially the killing technique that bandits called backstab, it could often kill a feudal knight with just one blow. Of course, backstab was not a supernatural power. Rather than saying that it was a killing technique, it was better to say that it was a sneak attack technique. Its essence was to silently approach the target from behind, and then use a dagger, a short sword, or other small but powerful weapons at lightning speed to stab the heart, throat, brain stem, spine, eyes, and other vital parts of the target to achieve the effect of instant kill. It was said that a legendary bandit could kill an entire army that was sleeping without being discovered by the enemy, and could also silently sneak into any heavily guarded place. Even the archmages were wary of them. In just a few seconds, the big-breasted lowly had used light, shadows, footsteps, and breathing to make herself inconspicuous. The moment she stepped through the door, she disappeared into thin air, as if she had entered another world. This was the first time André had seen such superb stealth skills. Just from this point alone, he could tell that Borcia's thief class was definitely not lower than level 8. She might even be higher than level 10. She was definitely a high-level professional. One had to know that Chloe's master, the female thief Liz, wasn't even half as good as the big-breasted lowly, but she was already a level 6 thief. It was just that she spent most of her time and energy on tempering her battle skills. Seeing the two impulsively run into the wooden house, André could only sigh helplessly. He pulled out the only weapon he had on him, which was the cold steel dagger, and walked in through the front door. Although he wasn't good at close combat, with his newly enhanced strength and 17 points of dexterity, he had no problem bullying ordinary people who didn't even have a professional level. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, André saw Mabel holding a wooden stick and confronting 5 young men in their early 20s. The leader of the group had a triangular face and a protruding mouth. Coupled with his dark skin and clothes, he looked like a gorilla. There was no need to ask to know that he was Edmund. The 4 people around him were also repulsive. They were either extremely ugly or had a wretched appearance. It was just like the old saying that birds of a feather flock together. At this moment, Fiona was holding a wooden basin and hiding in a corner, shivering. She was obviously frightened by the words just now. After all, she was still a girl who hadn't experienced human affairs. She had a natural fear of things like rape. Coupled with the trauma from her childhood, she curled up into a ball and seemed to be sobbing softly. Edmund obviously didn't expect that his evil deeds would be exposed. His eyes revealed a trace of panic, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. However, he quickly calmed down and stared at Mabel, who was glaring fiercely. He clenched his fist and asked in a low voice, "What do you want? Do you want to fight? There are 5 of us." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing such a tone, André couldn't help but laugh out loud. Following that, he used a disdainful tone and said sarcastically, "Fight? That's interesting. This is the first time I've met an idiot who barged into someone's house, bullied a woman, and then asked her what she wanted. You should know that in some of the cities and villages in the north, just this alone would be enough to hang all of you. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and then crawl out like a dog with your buttocks sticking out. Otherwise, maybe you'll have to say goodbye to a certain part of your body." His words infuriated Edmund's gang. One of them, a man with a ponytail, stepped forward and jabbed Andre's chest with his index finger. "You little bastard!" he yelled. "Who do you think you are? If you don't want to die, shut your mouth immediately. Kneel down and beg for our forgiveness, or we'll beat you into a pig's head immediately. That's right. Our boss will soon be a crew member of the Seawolf. If you don't hurry and beg for mercy, you'll be in big trouble." Another guy also threatened. However, it was a pity that they didn't know who was standing in front of them. Just the fact that he was the chosen of the fire elemental Prince Isoldezer was enough to make countless people unable to sleep at night. The name of the Flaming Duke was enough to stop children from crying. Andre's eyes flashed with a trace of playfulness. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Borsha, your index finger." Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the corner. A dazzling cold light streaked across the air. Following that, half of a finger was cut off from the palm and rolled to the ground. Blood gushed out from the cut and splattered everywhere. The next second, my finger! My finger! The guy with the pigtail finally reacted. He covered his wound and rolled on the ground. The intense pain almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. The one who cut off his finger was none other than the big-breasted lowly, Borsha, who had entered stealth as soon as she entered the door. This little girl had a ruthlessness that didn't match her cute appearance. She didn't hold back at all when she cut off the finger. Just one strike was enough to make everyone look at her in a new light. Sigh. There are more and more idiots nowadays. They can't even understand the language. But it doesn't matter. I believe that after this lesson, you'll understand that there are many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If you see them, you'd better obediently take a detour. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the price. Alright, don't cry so miserably. It's just a finger. It's not like your entire arm was cut off. Hurry up and get up. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Chapter 446. As Andre spoke sarcastically, he kicked the guy on the ground. The coldness on his face made the other four feel a chill down their spines. Especially the aura that was unintentionally released. It was as if he did not take human life seriously. After all, they were just a bunch of bullies who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Usually, they would at most fight and bully the kind and weak ordinary people. Once they faced a real strong person, they would immediately show their true colors. Edmund, who saw that the situation was not good, immediately gave a look to his subordinates and rushed out of the door without saying a word. However, he obviously underestimated the extent of Andre's anger at this moment. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. A gleaming dagger accurately pierced his palm and nailed it to the wooden board with a bang. The person who threw the dagger was none other than Andre, who was emitting a dangerous aura from head to toe. As for the other 3 unlucky fellows, they did not manage to escape. They were all knocked to the ground by the furious Mabel. Wooden sticks as thick as an arm fell from the sky like raindrops. In just a few minutes they were beaten until they cried for their parents. The most serious injuries were their arms that were strangely deformed. It was obvious that they were broken. There was no brother in the world who could remain indifferent when he saw his sister almost being raped, let alone a brother like Mabel who relied on his sister for survival and supported each other through those difficult times. In fact, from the moment he entered the door and saw Fiona hiding in the corner, his rationality was already on the verge of collapse. Now that it finally exploded, he looked like a madman. He only stopped when the wooden sticks as thick as an arm were broken. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily. The 3 unlucky fellows had already fainted. It was estimated that at least a third of the bones in their bodies were broken. One of them was even constantly vomiting dark red blood. His internal organs should have been shattered. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. Due to long-term physical labor and swimming, Mabel's physical fitness was already comparable to a level 1 professional warrior. According to Andre's estimation, her strength was at least around 15 to 17. Coupled with the fact that she attacked with hatred, the damage caused was extremely terrifying. Even if they did not die, they would be permanently disabled. Edmund wasn't much better off. All of his fingers had been cut off by Bordia's dagger, leaving only his bloody palm. It was about time for him to bid farewell to his career as a professional pirate and find a place to live out the rest of his life. The big-breasted Loli seemed to be particularly vicious towards men who raped women. She didn't show any mercy when torturing them. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of dirtying the floor, she would have even used a dagger to cut off their genitals and stuff them into their mouths, forcing them to swallow them alive. After all, Walloon was a city of sin. Growing up there, he had made a name for himself, so how could he not have some tricks up his sleeve? From Borcia's proficient cutting technique and her familiarity with human organs, it was easy to see that she had killed a lot of people. At the very least, she had killed no less than 50 people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to train herself to be so agile and flexible. Don't kill me. I beg you. Don't kill me. Mabel. Fiona. I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was all Edmund's idea. I was just bewitched. Seeing his companions in such miserable states, the guy with the ponytail had a mental breakdown. He couldn't care less about his broken index finger as he knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, afraid that he would follow in their footsteps. He had noticed Mabel's murderous gaze, the cold glint in Borcia's eyes, and of course, the chilling smile on Andre's face. Devil. The 3 people in front of him were all devils. The pitiful 9-fingered youth finally realized who he had offended, but now that things had come to this, he could only pray that the goddess of luck wouldn't kill him to silence him. Borcia, can you do me a small favor and make this guy shut up? His sobbing made me feel irritated. Andre glanced at the guy with the ponytail in disgust as he asked the big-breasted Loli. In his previous life, he hated hooligans who didn't consider the consequences of their actions and only regretted it when something big happened. They usually thought that they were fearless, but they were scared to the point of wetting their pants when they entered the police station. They were worse than 3-year-old children. No problem. I have a way to make people unable to scream no matter how much pain they're in. Saying this, the halfling bandit dashed in front of the youth who was trying to gain sympathy, raising his leg and kicking him. With a "pause" sound, this unlucky fellow's jaw was completely shattered. His throat also suffered a heavy blow. He instantly fell to the ground and coughed violently. At the same time, a large amount of blood foam spurted out. Very soon, he could no longer cry or wail. It had to be said that this kick was just right. If he had been a bit lighter, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the youth's jaw and vocal cords. If he had been a bit heavier, he might have died. Only by being neither too light nor too heavy would he have been able to make the youth lose his ability to speak without harming his life. Andre knew that he couldn't have done better without using arcane magic. Thus, he nodded approvingly. Excellent. Where did you learn this from? Teach me when you have time. I'll do the same the next time I meet a bastard who's pretending to be pitiful. This is the halfling's unique skill, the jaw-shattering throat grab. It's unlikely that you'll be able to use it with your height. Most of the halfling bandits in Valen City know a bit, but there aren't many like me who can control the strength to such an extent. Saying this, Portia ignored the victim lying on the ground with a pained expression. She quickly ran to Fiona's side and helped her up, comforting the frightened girl in a soft voice. It could be seen that this huge-breasted lowly didn't have a bad heart. She was just a bit more vicious towards her enemies. After all, there were so many dark forces in Valen City. If she didn't appear a bit more vicious, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Perhaps it was just like what a scholar once said. In this world full of schemes and traps, if a good person wanted to live longer, they had to appear more vicious than the bad. Blindly giving in and compromising would only make the other party take a mile after taking an inch. It wouldn't be long before one would become a lifeless corpse. As a transmigrator, André had always looked at the social class and conflicts in Oraire from a detached perspective. He knew very well how vicious and merciless the ruling nobles were. At the same time, he had also seen the evil deeds of the gangs in the back streets of Linton City. In front of them, the so-called good forces were too weak. Even with the support of countless gods and churches of the good camp, they could only maintain a weak balance. Chapter 447. As a thief who had always been a partner in crime, Portia was naturally not as naive as she appeared to be. Perhaps there were many tear-jerking stories hidden behind her back, such as a tragic childhood or a situation where she had been violated over a long period of time. One should never underestimate the dark side of human nature, especially in a place like Pirate City where there were no morals or laws. Even the nobles who had always boasted of their elegant demeanor had scum who liked to ravage underage girls, not to mention pirates, smugglers, and gangsters. However, André did not like to pry into the privacy of others. It was fine as long as he knew that the big-breasted lowly had her own bottom line and was not a scoundrel blinded by greed. Thinking of this, he turned around and glanced at Mabel, who was slightly absent-minded after venting her anger. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Have you thought of how to deal with these bastards who wanted to rape your sister? If not, I have a few suggestions. I killed someone, and my mind is in a mess. I don't know what to do." After a long silence, the young man whose hands were stained with blood answered bitterly. In fact, he did not know what had happened just now. His entire being seemed to have fallen into an extremely terrifying state. It was as if all his anger had surged into his brain, and his body uncontrollably wanted to destroy everything in front of him. André patted him on the shoulder and comforted him softly. "Relax, my friend. You're too nervous. To put it more accurately, you haven't actually killed anyone. Aren't the 3 idiots on the ground still breathing? Besides, what can you do even if you killed them? After all, these bastards wanted to rape Fiona just now. If I were her brother, I would have thrown them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Remember, kindness is a good thing, but there must be a yardstick in the bottom of your heart. Once someone crosses this line, you must fight back. Otherwise, you'll only be seen as weak. Look at that ugly bastard called Edmund. He only dared to appear here today because he was aiming for this weakness of yours. If he showed any signs of doing something similar, you should have taught him a lesson. I guarantee that this scene would not have happened." Mabel was obviously unable to accept her actions. She shook her head in annoyance. "I understand what you're saying, but I didn't kill anyone on purpose. I lost my mind and acted like a wild beast. When I was very young, I discovered that I had this condition. As long as I received external stimulation, I would become impulsive and bloodthirsty. So, I have been suppressing it. Even if I suffer a little loss, I am unwilling to fight with others." "Oh? You said that when you're emotional, you have a bloodthirsty impulse?" André's interest was instantly piqued. He stared at the young man's bloodshot eyes that had not completely faded away. Soon, he discovered that not only the young man's eyes, but even his body had undergone a certain degree of change. Especially his muscles and skin, which had become abnormally rosy due to the large amount of blood congestion, and his heart was beating more vigorously than usual. It was as if his body had been strengthened to a certain extent. That's right. It's an extremely terrifying and crazy thought. At its most serious, even the people close to it might be harmed. Tell me, am I under some kind of curse? Mabel asked with a sullen face. For this symptom, he had asked many people. However, he still could not get a correct answer. After all, as the descendant of slaves, the people with the highest status that he could come into contact with were only smugglers. He did not have any knowledge about the abnormalities in his mind and body. It would be a problem if he could give an answer. After narrowing his eyes and carefully observing the young man's heart rate for a few minutes, André suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Curse? No. This is a blessing. Congratulations, my friend. If I'm not wrong, you should have some kind of barbarian bloodline. For example, barbarian, orc, half-giant and so on. Those bloodthirsty and murderous impulses are completely a kind of innate talent. It is called berserk by the people. It can greatly increase a person's strength, physique, and explosive power in a short period of time. In short, you should be a natural warrior. You should be able to unleash your full potential in a dangerous battle. Just suppressing it is useless. Bloodline? Innate talent? Mabel lowered her head and stared at her blood-stained hands in shock. A trace of understanding quickly appeared on her face. The problem that had troubled him for more than 10 years was finally solved at this moment. He quickly threw the matter of beating people up to the back of his mind. A happy smile appeared on his face. All right, don't be too happy yet. How should we deal with these crippled people? Have you thought about it? I personally suggest that we tie a rock to their bodies and throw them into the sea. They have already seen Portia. If the news is leaked, it will easily lead to trouble. The best way is to silence them. André gave a very ruthless suggestion without blushing or skipping a beat. He had temporarily lost the power of a mage. Hence, he was merciless in dealing with his enemies. On one hand, it was to ensure his own safety to the greatest extent. On the other hand, it was to avoid trouble. One must know that although these bastards weren't good people, they were still residents of the island and had a complete family behind them. If their parents and relatives were to see this scene, they would definitely hate them. At that time, if they were to secretly inform the pirates, the consequences would definitely be very serious. It would be better to just not see them alive and not see their corpses. Mabel glanced at Edmund, who had fainted from the pain. She gritted her teeth and nodded. All right. I'll listen to you. Throw all these bastards into the sea to feed the fishes. There was a saying that the most frightening thing was when honest people were angry. This was because while others were recklessly pouring out their anger, they were constantly accumulating, and accumulating. Once they reached a critical point, they would instantly explode with unbelievable power. Many seemingly honest people who didn't even dare to quarrel with others would often become strangers to even the people closest to them after losing their rationality. Some of them with extreme personalities would even kill to vent their anger. Clearly, Mabel was a living example of this. Although it was his first time beating someone half to death, he quickly got used to the fact that his hands were stained with the blood of his own kind. While no one noticed, he quickly knocked out the 5 unlucky bastards and carried them onto the trailer. He then tied a rock to each of them and threw them directly off the cliff on the west side of the island. They sank hundreds of meters into the sea. There was no hesitation or fear during the entire process. He didn't show any mercy just because he knew his opponent. It was as if he had seen through the nature of the world where the strong preyed on the weak, and was determined to become a true powerhouse. Chapter 448. After everyone was busy cleaning up the blood and traces of fighting in the house, they returned to the boat that was docked on the beach and transported all the goods back. On the way, they met a few residents who had just returned from fishing and even greeted them as if nothing had happened. If he had not heard from Fiona that Mabel rarely participated in fights before this, André would not have believed that this was the first time the young man in front of him had killed someone, especially when he was still uneasy more than half an hour ago. However, ever since he found out the reason for his bloodthirsty impulse, It was as if he had completely changed into a different person. It was as if he had completed some kind of transformation in an instant, and his personality had matured a lot. He did not know if it was because Edmund and the others often went out to fool around. In short, their disappearance did not cause any impact, and the remote island once again returned to its tranquility. In the next 3 days, André instructed the siblings and the big-breasted lowly to quickly build a furnace for blacksmithing on the hillside 2 kilometers away from the wooden house according to the design on the blueprint. At the same time, they also built a wooden house that could shelter them from the wind and rain, and piled all the things they bought inside. Anyway, there might not be any other specialties on Turtle Island, but there were plenty of lush trees. Cutting down a dozen of them would be enough. As for the roof, it was made of a large amount of dried kelp and a small amount of wood. Basically, there would be no problems as long as there was no typhoon. In order to ensure the quality of the project, Mabel did not go out to fish for the past few days. She was wholeheartedly helping André to build the blacksmith shop. Because of this incident, he finally made up his mind to leave the Sardinia Islands with his sister as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Fiona's beauty, she would attract more trouble sooner or later. 3 full days of busy time passed by in a flash. After all the preparations were done, André, who had recovered a part of his strength, could not wait to start the fire and began to forge for the first time. In order to confirm his true level, he deliberately smelted the pig iron ingots he bought back repeatedly to remove the impurities inside as much as possible. Then, he mixed in a certain proportion of charcoal to transform it into a more durable steel. After consuming 200 kilograms of pig iron, he barely managed to obtain 160 kilograms of steel billet. Perhaps it was because of the outdated craftsmanship, the loss rate was shockingly high. No wonder the price difference between iron products and steel products on the market was more than double. Not to mention the fact that blacksmiths who knew how to make steel cherished it. Just the loss, as well as the large amount of time and materials wasted, was considerable. One had to know that this 160 kilograms of steel billet had taken 2 whole days. In addition, Mabel's physical fitness was excellent, and she had to continuously operate the bellows. Otherwise, with the current conditions, the most she could get was some wrought iron with less impurities. "You want steel? Dream on." A faint smile appeared on André's face as he looked at the bar-shaped billets that were neatly arranged on the shelf. He casually picked up a steel bar that was about a foot long, half a centimeter thick, and 2 centimeters wide. He turned around and asked the big-breasted lowly who was dozing off in boredom, "Portia, I'm going to start forging now. Do you have any weapon that you want?" He had long noticed that the weapon used by the halfling was just a steel dagger made with the most basic of methods. The quality of the dagger was quite average. "Me!" Portia opened her eyes and pointed at herself in surprise. "That's right. It's you. You must know that I'm not an ordinary blacksmith, so don't miss out on such a good opportunity." André teased in a half-joking tone. "Then I'll have a dagger. I've always wanted one." Halflings more or less had the habit of being greedy for small gains, so Portia excitedly gave her answer after a few seconds of thought. After 2 days of continuous steel-making, she had preliminarily confirmed that this handsome young human in front of her was indeed an outstanding blacksmith. After all, the quality of the steel billets on the shelf, be it in terms of hardness or toughness, were much better than the products from Valen City's blacksmith. "All right, a dagger it is then." André didn't waste any time. He grabbed 3 steel bars that were about the same length, but of different hardness, and threw them into the furnace to heat them up. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he was no stranger to metal smelting and forging. Many of the things that were considered confidential in this world could be easily found on the internet in his previous life. Among them, there were steel-making techniques, forging techniques, metal wire drawing techniques, as well as the crafting techniques for plate armor, scale armor, and chain mail. He even had the techniques for forging weapons firmly memorized in his mind. As long as he was willing, he could even use magic to create a blast furnace and greatly increase the production of steel. Without a doubt, he planned to use the steel clamping method to forge this dagger. That was to use 2 low-carbon steel bars to clamp a high-carbon steel bar in the middle, and then repeatedly forge it until the 3 completely merged into one. The advantage of this method was that it could ensure that the edge of the dagger had a higher hardness and toughness. Just like sandwiches or hamburgers, the 2 sides were made of low hardness, but good toughness, and a piece of high hardness steel was sandwiched in the middle. Its edges were completely exposed, and it had better elasticity and toughness than all steel knives. Even if the edge was worn out in battle, it could be used again after being polished. Of course, this was only a prototype, so Andrei didn't have high expectations. His forging expertise was still at the elementary level anyway, and it would be fine as long as it was a little better than the ones in Valen City. The high temperature from the burning of the charcoal quickly heated the 3 steel bars red. When he felt that it was about time, he immediately instructed Mabel to use tongs to stack the 3 steel bars together and fix them in place on the anvil. Bare-chested, he swung the hammer repeatedly, his sweat pouring down like rain. Ping 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 sounds could be heard continuously. Just like when refining medicine, Andrei's brain would automatically go into error correction mode once he entered the domain of his expertise. His hands seemed to be controlled by some unknown power, and no matter how outrageous the mistakes were, they would be corrected to a certain extent. Moreover, he was exceptionally focused today, so the position of each hammer strike was just right. It didn't take long for the 3 steel bars to be glued together. But no matter what, Andrei's body was still in a weakened state, and it didn't take long for him to feel that he couldn't take it anymore. He quickly gave a look. Mabel, who had cooperated with him for many days, instantly understood what he meant. She threw the boiling hot blank into the bucket beside her to quench it. With a sizzling sound, the originally cold water quickly boiled, and waves of steam filled the air. When it had completely cooled down, he threw the blank back into the furnace to reheat it. Taking advantage of this time, Andrei could also get sufficient rest. When he had rested enough, the blank was almost done heating, and he continued forging and quenching. Chapter 449. This process could be repeated from dozens to hundreds of times depending on the user's requirement. Generally speaking, the longer the forging time, the better the quality of the weapon. The so-called refined steel referred to the removal of impurities from the metal during the forging process, resulting in a fine weapon. However, the materials used by Andrei were high-quality steel, at least in this world, so there was no need to refine it so many times. Moreover, it was an experimental item, so there was no need to spend so much effort on it. Forging, especially in Oreir where productivity was lagging behind, had always been a time-consuming and laborious task. At the same time, it also required the corresponding skills. Otherwise, a 1-kilogram piece of raw iron ingot would only cost a few silver coins, but a weapon like a longsword would cost more than 10 gold coins. The price had increased by more than 10 times, which showed how much effort the blacksmith had put in. From about 10 o'clock in the morning until midnight, everyone was busy for the whole day. Even their lunch and dinner were sent to the blacksmith shop by Fiona. After eating a few mouthfuls, they continued to immerse themselves in forging. It was a full moon tonight. When the full moon rose to the highest point in the sky, Andrei finally completed the last quenching. He sat down on the ground and sighed while panting, "Damn it! It's done. My arms are so tired that I can't even lift them up. Take out the dagger and let me have a look. I hope my sweat and efforts were not in vain." You've worked hard. Do you want me to give you a thank you kiss?" Boscia, with a pair of plump breasts that did not match her short stature, came over and teased him with a smile. Andrei looked down at his dirty upper body and shook his head with a wry smile. "Forget it, I'm sweating so much that even I feel uncomfortable. Let's talk about it after I take a bath. Although the kiss of the big-breasted lowly was very tempting, he thought about the sour smell on his body and decided to talk about it later. After all, she had caused a big mess this time and would have to hide for at least a month or two. There was still a long way to go. Boscia blinked her eyes mischievously, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh, what a pity. Let me make it clear in advance, it's not that I didn't express my gratitude, but that you didn't accept it. Don't regret it. All right, stop messing around. Let's see the quality of the weapon first." As he spoke, Andre took the unsharpened dagger from Mabel's hands. He carefully wiped the dagger repeatedly with a linen cloth. Soon, the silver-white blade and the beautiful patterns on it were revealed. This weapon was 35 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. It basically did not have any curves, and was a standard straight knife. Only the tip was made into a small horn, and one side was sharpened. It could be used for both slashing and stabbing. It was very suitable for thieves who liked to ambush. With its sharpness after sharpening, it could easily tear through most armors and drink the enemy's blood. Wow! What a beautiful weapon! Quick, let me try. Seeing the full appearance of the dagger, Portia immediately rushed forward and hugged it in her arms. She caressed it lovingly and felt the slight coolness coming from it. She then held it in her hands and waved it repeatedly. Soon, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. As a thief who had stolen countless treasures, her eyes had been trained to the point where she could discern the value of an item just by looking at it. Obviously, the dagger in his hand right now was definitely the best of the best. Excluding rare magical metals such as mithril, adamantine, and cold iron, with the current steel forging technology on the continent, only a very small number of dwarven forging masters who had a special sensitivity to metals could forge a better product than this dagger. But it was a pity that most dwarves lived in the lowlands or in the mountains. Unless it was necessary for trade, they would not easily appear in the sight of humans. Only a very small number of ancient families who had established friendship with the dwarves for generations could obtain a small number of weapons and armors personally forged by the dwarf. This was especially true for weapons that were enchanted with unique secret runes. They often had various abilities, such as a war hammer that could return to the user's hand after being thrown, or a long spear that could tear apart the sturdy scales of a dragon with a single strike. Even the king would drool over them. An ordinary person might not even be able to catch a glimpse of them in their lifetime. In fact, Andre had seen a book on forging in the necromancer's private library. Most of the records came from a dwarven tribe with the surname Gauchon from hundreds of years ago. It was a genuine dwarven craftsmanship. Even if it was only at the beginner level, it could still leave 90% of human blacksmiths in the dust. In addition, it was refined using the most scientific method and repeatedly forged using the steel clamping method. Naturally, it would not be too bad. What a good dagger! It's 100 times better than any other dagger I've seen. I believe that once it's sharpened, it will be able to easily cut through a piece of wood as thick as a wrist. After carefully examining the hardness and toughness of the dagger, Mabel couldn't help but sigh. As one of the blacksmiths, she felt an unprecedented satisfaction at this moment. It was as if she had gone out to sea for the first time and had finally caught her first fish after working for 4 hours. Those who had never experienced it would never be able to understand. As for the big-breasted lowly, she seemed to have gone crazy. She hugged the dagger and laughed non-stop. The light emitted from her eyes was even brighter than all the stars in the night sky. Ha 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 ha. I'm so lucky. First, I escaped safely after a bounty was placed on my head. Now I've gotten such a sharp dagger for free. I've decided. From now on, I'll call you Thief's Friend, my most beloved dagger. After finishing her crazy speech, she reluctantly returned the dagger that was named Thief's Friend to Andre. Although the weapon had been forged, it still needed to be sharpened. It would take at least a few days to a dozen days. The finer the grinding, the greater the might of the weapon. Some famous daggers were even polished by the best craftsmen for an entire month. However, André didn't intend to personally do such a time-consuming and laborious task. He casually tossed the dagger back to Mabel and pointed to the whetstone placed in the corner. "This weapon already belongs to you, so you'll have to do the rest yourself. I believe that you know how to sharpen the weapon. After I've finished sharpening it, I'll do some processing. It's best that you prepare some diamond dust in advance. If you don't have it, I personally suggest that you grind 2 diamonds together to obtain it." "Diamond dust? What do you want it for?" Portia asked in puzzlement. Chapter 450. "It's a secret I can't tell you yet. Just treat it as a surprise," André replied, pretending to be profound. Even though he'd temporarily lost his powers as a mage, he could still engrave a magic formation and pray to the god of forging to enchant a weapon in his current state. In Aurire, not all magic weapons, armor, and equipment needed to be enchanted with arcane or divine spells. Some rituals could be used instead, and he just so happened to have one in his possession: the weapon enchantment, sharpness. Just like the fire enchantment and the hardening enchantment, this recipe was also obtained from a large-scale mission, the Trade War. Its effect was just as its name suggested. It could make a weapon sharper, and even cut through other weapons of the same material. The Magic Association of Linton City had a similar recipe, but the effect was only half as good. Because it was an entry-level enchantment, there was no need to cast any spells. All that was needed was a simple ritual and incantation, and the magic formation engraved on the weapon would automatically absorb the magic energy in the air through the energy produced by the diamond dust, completing the entire process. As for the specific effects, that would depend on how much diamond dust was used during the ritual. Generally speaking, the more diamond dust was used, the sharper the weapon would be, and it would be easy for it to pierce through standard armor. Seeing that it was already past midnight, the exhausted André wasn't in the mood to chat with the other 2 overly excited fellows. He went to the water tank alone, and used the water stored inside to wash off the dirt on his body. After that, he lay down on the simple wooden bed and fell asleep. There were still many things waiting for him to do tomorrow. One had to know that opening a blacksmith shop wasn't just for fun. It was to create high-quality weapons and armor to attract the attention of smugglers, and then use them to send news back to Linton City that he was still alive. Even if he failed in the end, he could use this as a foundation to safely survive the month and a half of being sealed as a mage. This also meant that in the coming days, he had to quickly produce good products and send them to Valen City for sale, and he had to guarantee the quantity. Otherwise, a few handfuls wouldn't even make a splash in Chaos City, where tens of thousands of people live. André's mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts as he listened to the conversation between the big-breasted Lowly and Mabel. It did not take long for him to enter his dream. Once again, he dreamed of that strange eye staring at him, but this time, he didn't remember it as clearly as last time. It was as if he had fallen into a state of sleepwalking. He spent the entire night in a daze, and even when he opened his eyes the next morning, he still couldn't remember what had happened in the dream. Because of the sufficient food reserves, Mabel didn't engage in this trade for more than 10 years, other than occasionally going out to catch some fresh fish to taste. Every day, she stayed in the blacksmith shop to help out and learn some forging skills at the same time. André had long regarded the siblings as his own people, so he did not hide anything from them and taught them everything he knew. In just a few days, Mabel had been promoted from an odd-job worker who could only do manual labor to a blacksmith apprentice who could create rough materials. Of course, he himself wasn't idle either. He forged weapons at the speed of 2 long swords and 2 scimitars every day. In any case, there was no need for the mass-produced items to be too fine. As long as the hardness and toughness were up to standard, there wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, He also used his free time to make a few pairs of gloves. The craftsmanship of these gloves wasn't complicated. He just had to sew a few pieces of 3-layered steel plates on the back of the leather glove. At a critical moment, it could be used to block swords or arrows. Although the possibility of being pierced through was still very high, at least it wouldn't be fatal. Furthermore, in order to ensure that the flexibility of the fingers was not affected, the steel plates weren't made in one piece. Instead, they were woven together in a crisscross pattern, and rivets were inserted at the end. The moment these gloves appeared, it immediately attracted Portia's interest. After a simple trial, she became Andre's first customer and gave many suggestions for improvement. Only a day later, the second pair of gloves were freshly made. Not only were there a few more protruding spikes on the back of the hands, but the joints were also serrated. If one was accidentally hit in the face, there was a 100% chance that one's face would be disfigured. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The dagger, which had been repeatedly polished, had a sharp edge. Finally, the day of enchantment had arrived. The big-breasted Loli, who had always been very attentive to her weapons, handed the polished dagger and diamond dust to Andre early in the morning. Then, she stood quietly at the side, waiting to see what kind of surprise it would be. Andre didn't hold back. He directly heated up the dagger's body and began to carefully carve complex patterns on it. After more than 2 hours, he barely completed the preliminary supply and demand. He even made a blood release groove on the dagger so that the moment the dagger was inserted into the body, the opponent would bleed incessantly. Even if it wasn't immediately fatal, just a large amount of blood loss could lead to death. After doing all this, Andre carefully drew a strange pattern on the ground with the blood of the seabirds. Then, he stood in the center, raised the diamond dust in his hand into the air, and loudly chanted a jerky incantation. The diamond dust that fell from the sky seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, and flew toward the patterns carved on the dagger. The whole process was completed in just a few seconds. Not even a speck of dust could escape his summoning. The moment the ritual was completed, he could feel a part of the life force in his body being sucked away. He instantly fell into a state of exhaustion and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Portia, who had been watching from a distance, hurried over and carefully helped Andre up. Her face was full of concern. I'm fine. It's just that I've used up too much energy. I'll be fine after some rest. Quick, take a look at the dagger. I don't want any accidents to happen to the weapon that I've spent so much effort to create, Andre said weakly as he looked at the information that appeared in his vision. His heart was filled with bitterness. Successfully forged magical weapon, +1 dagger, thief's friend. Enchantment attribute sharpness. Difficulty appraisal, easy. Forcibly drained 30 HP. This is the first magical item that you've successfully forged. Rewarded ability, intermediate forging. Congratulations! Your beginner forging has been upgraded to intermediate forging. In the future, you can enchant weapons and armor with higher levels of magic. After reading these notifications, he finally understood why those famous blacksmiths rarely forged magical weapons and armor. Even the most prolific dwarven blacksmiths did not forge more than 50 of them, and only one of them was powerful. The reason was simple. For such an enchantment ritual that did not use arcane or divine spells, it would drain the creator's life force every time. If one was not careful, they could lose their lives. Chapter 451. Picking up the dagger that was glowing with a faint white light from the ground, Portia opened her mouth wide in surprise, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. She stared at the blade in disbelief. Her finger gently slid across the edge of the blade, and a wound was instantly cut open. Under the effect of gravity, the blood droplet quickly slid to the tip of the dagger and fell to the ground with a thud, without the slightest bit of stagnation. This is a magic weapon? The big-breasted Loli gasped and exclaimed loudly. Andre smiled and nodded. That's right, A+1 dagger. The weapon attribute is sharpness. I believe you have already seen how sharp it is. Even full body armor would find it difficult to withstand it. Put it away. Later, I'll ask Mabel for sharkskin to make a scabbard. Otherwise, the light it emits will be too conspicuous. In this world, there was a huge gap between enchanted weapons and ordinary weapons. No matter how well the latter was forged, it was still just ordinary goods. No matter whether it was in terms of performance or value, it could not be compared to the former. The so-called +1 referred to the level of enchantment. Generally speaking, before enchantment, all weapons would not have this bonus. Only rare magical metals such as adamantine, mithril, and cold iron could be forged into weapons or armor, and were naturally classified as magical weapons. However, ordinary steel, even if the dwarven master forger came, would not be able to become +1. According to the calculation methods left behind by the fallen magical civilization, +1 weapons usually only had one aspect that was outstanding. It could be especially sharp or sturdy. After being stabbed, it would produce magic effects such as immobilization, paralysis, and bleeding. It could also be enhanced with some kind of elemental damage, such as fire, poison, strong acid, lightning, negative energy, and so on. Moreover, the additional attributes were not very exaggerated. However, starting from +2 weapons, a certain proportion of special metals must be mixed in to make it have better magic guidance. At the same time, the number and ability of enchantment would also be significantly increased. It would be enough to easily tear apart all non-magical armor and armor. Starting from +3, they were considered high-grade enchanted weapons. Usually, each of them had a famous name, and there were even legends that matched them. Many bards and heroes used such weapons. One of them was the Sword of the King's Blood, which was obtained from the underground labyrinth. It was a +3 weapon. As for +4 weapons, they began to break away from the category of mortals and were also called secondary legendary weapons. Even the most outstanding blacksmith master among the dwarves could only forge one in his lifetime. Moreover, he had to be enlightened. Both were indispensable. After this work was completed, the blacksmith would not pick up the hammer for the rest of his life. This was because he had integrated all his passion, talent, and skills into the weapon. He no longer had the slightest thought of forging. At the same time, the power of this weapon was also very strong. It had an enchantment called beheading. Once it was activated, it could directly cut off the target's head, completely ignoring the armor. It was a complete instant kill. +5 weapons were legendary weapons through and through. There were very few weapons of this level in the whole of Orire. Every time they appeared, it would attract countless people to fight over them. Wars broke out between countries because of them. Even the gods spied on how powerful they were and sent out all their churches. Legendary weapons were so powerful and so rare. It was possible for powerful people to harm the gods with them. Therefore, almost every one of them was in the hands of a powerful master. Only a few were lost in the long river of history, waiting for the fated people to find them. In fact, the limit of what mortals could do was to forge +5 legendary weapons. Above that was the domain of the gods. +6 weapons were called secondary divine weapons, and +7 weapons were real divine weapons. Only the gods had the ability to make them. In the thousands of years of history of this world, countless gods had died for various reasons. Some of them had descended into the material world with their bodies, and then were killed by lunatics who wanted to decipher the mysteries of the gods and replace them. The weapons they used fell in some corner of the continent. That was a treasure that even the current gods were coveting. In the Great War hundreds of years ago, there was a group of people who used a divine artifact called the Pearl of Death to directly kill the dancing goddess, Shia. From this, one could see how terrifying its power was. Of course, things of this level were not something that André could come into contact with. At most, he could make some +2 magical weapons. +3 weapons could only be made after the seal of the mage profession was lifted. As 4+4 weapons, he would only have a glimmer of hope when his forging ability reached the advanced level. However, for Bortia, this +1 dagger was precious enough. It was even worth risking her life for. Therefore, she excitedly jumped in the blacksmith shop. Finally, she rushed forward and kissed André on the cheek. Then, she pounced on him and kept rubbing her head against him. Ha 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 ha. Great. It's simply great. Gond. I didn't expect you to be a blacksmith with the ability to forge magical weapons. I love you to death. The big-breasted lowly shouted incoherently as she buried André's face between her plump breasts. Her eyes were full of excitement. Ugh. 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 Damn it. Let go of me. I can't breathe. André struggled desperately to get out of a soft and bouncy place. He took in large mouthfuls of fresh air. He had almost become the first transmigrator in history to be suffocated to death by a woman's breast. Bortia, who found that she had gone a little overboard, quickly let go of her hand. She smiled awkwardly and spread her hands. Aha. Sorry, I was a little too excited and didn't notice your reaction. André helplessly glanced at her slightly trembling weapon. He recalled the benefits he had just received and shook his head with a wry smile. Sigh, forget it. Just this once. Thanks. In order to repay you for making such a great dagger for me, I've decided to serve you 3 times for free. It doesn't matter what kind of service it is. Don't miss this opportunity. The big-breasted lowly deliberately emphasized the word service. Then, she playfully blinked her eyes and deliberately pulled down her neckline, revealing a large expanse of snow-white scenery and the unfathomable cleavage in the middle. There was no doubt that this was naked seduction. For those with special hobbies and lollicons, it was a fatal temptation. Even if they weren't, they would more or less have some physiological reaction. Chapter 452. Unfortunately, André wasn't one of them. Although his mouth was a little dry after seeing this scene, it wasn't to the point of lust taking over his brain. After calming himself down, a playful expression quickly appeared on his face. He purposely put on a perverted expression and asked, Really? Of course it's fake. I'm not one of those prostitutes. If you have any physiological needs, I can introduce you to a few of the best in Valen City. I guarantee you'll be high as hell. But since I've taken the benefits, I'll help you with a few things, such as stealing, assassinating, and stealing information. Just let me know if you need anything. After saying that, Bortia pulled her collar up again. Her eyes revealed a hint of a smile that would only appear after a successful prank. It was obvious that as the king of thieves in Valen City of Sin, she had a good understanding of the matters between men and women, and was also proficient in seduction techniques. However, she didn't have any actual combat experience, otherwise she wouldn't have refused to use a few sexual services in exchange for the ownership of a magical weapon. One had to know that Aurere's concept of chastity was very weak, and they were very open when it came to men and women. Many noble ladies and madams in Linton City judged who was the most attractive based on the number of lovers they had. There were also some socialites in the city who had played with more than 4 digits of men. According to the universal values of Earth, it could be described as completely shocking. But the more such women were, the more they were sought after by the noble men. Everyone took pride in being able to share a bed with them, and there were a few who could successfully become the legal spouse of a great noble or even a king. When André first heard of these things, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He didn't understand at all what was in the minds of the nobles. Weren't they afraid of getting sick if they were so promiscuous? But this was the general trend of society. Even Countess Anasta of Western Sia, who was relatively clean, maintained intimate relationships with at least 5 or 6 noble men. 3 of them were dukes of Linton City, and the rest were even more unsightly. Some even regularly participated in naked banquets and orgies. Just from the name alone, one would know what kind of shady business they were involved in. Fortunately, Chloe still had these bad habits. Otherwise, André would never have agreed to the marriage. If the upper class was like this, the lower class would naturally not be any better. Many village girls, for a few copper coins or for a passing traveler, would have a good time with the other party in the woods. If the big-breasted lowly had really tasted the forbidden fruit, then she definitely wouldn't have refused to spend the night with a handsome young man. However, she had refused at the critical moment, which meant that she must be one of the few women in Valence City who kept themselves clean. Thinking of this, André couldn't help but secretly admire the short man in front of him who was only half his height. After all, she had lived in such an environment for many years. Not only was she able to maintain her virginity, but she was also not blinded by the darkest side of the world. She still maintained her conscience and was definitely worthy of respect. After tidying up his messy hair, André slowly climbed up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. He lowered his voice and said, "Since that's the case, I just so happen to have something I need your help with. Tomorrow morning, Mabel will be bringing the weapons and armor that she forged a few days ago to Valence City to sell. I'm a bit worried because he hasn't come into contact with this before. Can you follow him in the shadows and at least guarantee his safety? It doesn't matter if the goods are lost or not. They're just mass-produced goods and haven't been enchanted yet. I'm just testing the market's reaction. Also, here's a list of materials, most of which are needed to forge magic weapons and armor. Whether you buy or steal them, try to bring back as much as possible. I can use them to make a few pieces of armor, and I'll guarantee that you'll get a share." After he finished speaking, he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. There were over 30 types of raw materials written on it, all of which were necessities for enchantment without casting any spells. As an ace thief, Portia was one of the very few non-illiterate people in Valence City who could read and write the common language. Because she often needed to identify the value of an item when she was stealing, she had specially gone to learn from someone for a period of time and was able to understand the list recorded on the parchment. However, knowing didn't mean understanding. Understanding was one thing, knowing was another. For most people, just a long list of technical terms was enough to make the self-proclaimed erudite nobles dizzy. If one hadn't been in the business of magical materials for a long time, it was almost impossible to match the names of tens of thousands of materials with the actual items. After all, not everyone had the frightening intelligence and memory of an adept mage. Thus, the corner of the large-breasted lowly's mouth twitched slightly. She pointed at the names on the list and shouted, "Can you explain the second half of the list? What are these things? Especially the tongue of a stratus toad, the hair of a demonic beast, and the toes of an ogre. Where am I supposed to find them? You have to know that I don't even know what a stratus toad or a demonic beast is." Even though she had purposely shouted the last few sentences to emphasize her anger, her baby face didn't make one think of her as angry. On the contrary, it gave off a very cute feeling. André didn't mind the other party's bad attitude at all. He smiled and shrugged as he explained, "Haha, relax, relax, don't get agitated. The stratus toad is a humanoid creature that lives in the Sea of Chaos and is related to frogs by blood. It has very high intelligence and its tongue is very long, making it a very good enchantment material. As for the demonic beast, it is an evil otherworldly creature. It looks similar to a human, but has the head of a feline. Moreover, the palm and the back of the hand are inverted. Due to the high magic resistance of these otherworldly creatures, they can bestow additional attributes to armor, shields, and other defensive equipment. Lastly, the toe of an ogre is a commonly used material in enchantment. It can increase the attributes of a weapon. These 3 items are relatively rare. Ordinary merchants won't have them, so you'd better directly sneak into the residence of the strongest smugglers and investigate. If they have them, you'll definitely find them. If not, then forget it. Believe me, as long as these things are very conspicuous, You'll be able to recognize them at first sight. Ever since he knew that he couldn't use the power of a mage for 1.5 months, he had been thinking about increasing his survivability. With the help of the system, as long as he obtained the relevant knowledge of the profession, he would be able to immediately gain a level of that profession. He could totally consider taking on a part-time job. Since he wanted to take on a part-time job, he had to prepare some equipment in advance so that he could quickly transform it into a powerful fighting force. Chapter 453. Among all the professions in Oriar, part-time professions were a very common phenomenon, especially the veteran adventurers who often appeared in the dangerous wilderness. It was common to see a combination of warriors and rogues, warriors and priests, rogues and rangers. It was not that they did not want to focus on the development of their professions, but for their own needs, they wanted to maximize the survival rate in dangerous situations. To give the simplest example, when an adventurer went deep into the ruins to explore, he suddenly found a trap that had to be removed in order to move forward. At this time, he would need the skills of a rogue or a bard to remove traps, otherwise he would not be able to move forward. Similarly, when a rogue was besieged by enemies, he would need the strong physique and fighting ability of a warrior. This was because rogues were good at sneak attacks, pickpocketing, scouting, stealth, and setting and removing traps. Once discovered, they would instantly lose their biggest reliance. Under such circumstances, more than 90% of people would choose 1 or 2 part-time professions to make up for the shortcomings of their main profession. Although spellcasters rarely had part-time professions, because the spellcasting level not only determined the power of the spell, but also the number of spell slots, so part-time professions were equivalent to a waste of energy. However, the current situation was a little special. If he did not obtain a certain amount of combat power as soon as possible, it was very likely that he would not be able to send the message back. André did not think that after killing the 5 punks led by Edmund, he would be able to live peacefully on Turtle Island for 1.5 months. Once the pirate ship called Seawolf came to pick up the new members, trouble would soon follow. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. It would be strange if Mabel, who had not become a level 1 warrior, the halfling rogue, Portia, and Fiona, who had no combat experience, could stop them. However, based on his current knowledge of various professions and the limitations of his own race, there were not many choices he could make. Among them, a warrior was the simplest and most violent one. As a descendant of the fire elementals, the passion of a warrior flowed in his blood, so there was no penalty in terms of EXP. However, if he chose another profession as a part-time profession, there would be a penalty more or less, such as a reduction of EXP by a certain percentage. A long time ago, André had experimented and found that the more part-time professions, the more severe the EXP penalty. At most, it could even reduce EXP by more than half. Therefore, he had never considered part-time professions, but now he was completely forced to do so. Do not underestimate warriors just because they are the most numerous class in the world. As a professional warrior, even if they were only level 1, they had to master how to wear and use all kinds of armor, including helmets, all types of armor, gloves and wrist guards, shields, knee guards, and so on. They also had to be proficient in using all kinds of weapons, from sharp weapons like longswords, short swords, scimitars, daggers, and spears to blunt weapons like war hammers, spiked hammers, flails, and meteor hammers. They also had to have short bows, longbows, crossbows, catapults, and other long-range weapons. In other words, warriors were like omnipotent supermen when it came to weapons and armor. No matter what they got their hands on, they would be able to use it skillfully. There was no need to worry about dropping the ball at a critical moment. As their level increased, they could also learn many specialties, including blind battle, whirlwind attack, bare-handed strike, violent attack, cleave, collision, disarm, battle reflex, and so on. Coupled with a set of excellent magic equipment, they could be called a battlefield meat grinder. Even if they were surrounded by dozens of people, They could rely on their combat skills and abundant stamina to achieve the final victory. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Although warriors were considered outstanding among melee professions, it was a little difficult to cooperate with the mage profession. If they wore armor, it meant that they had to give up on casting spells. If they did not wear armor, it also meant that they had to give up the advantage of high armor. In addition, the low strength attribute was also an important factor. As everyone knew, the amount of strength was one of the most important standards to measure the strength of a warrior. Usually, the greater the strength, the faster the speed of the weapon, and the stronger the destructive power. Moreover, they could also use two-handed axes, heavy warhammers, and other terrifying weapons that could cripple or kill the opponent if they hit the target. Often, they could kill the opponent who did not have enough strength in a few rounds. Andrei's strength was only 7 points. Even with the Fire Elemental Prince's strength, it was only 12 points. It was equivalent to a coolie who was responsible for transporting goods at the dock. There was no way he could really fight against those strong men who were more than 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 80 kilograms. It was precisely because of this point that he had prepared a second choice for himself, which was the rogue swordsman. This was a special profession that was a little between a thief and a warrior. It was good at using all kinds of light weapons, such as short swords, daggers, scimitars, rapiers, and rapiers. During the battle, through careful calculation, the rogue swordsman could predict the next step, or even the next few steps, accurately find the fatal point and attack. It could be said that this was a profession that leaned towards the intelligence and agility attribute. Not only did it require a smart brain, but it also required an extremely sharp reflexes. The slightest mistake could make a fool of oneself. Without a doubt, this was a profession that was really suitable for Andrei. The only drawback was that he had to bear the corresponding experience penalty. Unless he invested a lot of experience points to level up the rogue swordsman to the same level as a mage, he would enjoy the penalty of 20% of all experience points. Obviously, Andrei only wanted to level up the rogue swordsman so that he would not be completely helpless in times of crisis. He had no intention of leveling it up at all. After all, according to the system prompt, although leveling up to level 1 did not require any experience points, if he wanted to use experience points to level up, then he had to use the experience points of the profession with the highest level. For example, now that he was level 9 mage, if he wanted to level up the rogue swordsman, then he would have to use the experience points of a level 9 to level 10 mage to level up. Unless his brain was clamped by a door, otherwise, only an idiot would make such a stupid decision. However, the rogue swordsman did not have to rely on experience points to level up. It could also be like the original inhabitants of this world, honing the skills of the profession through continuous battles and adventures to finally level up. But unfortunately, even if Andrei put all his energy into the rogue swordsman, he would not be able to catch up with the mage's leveling speed. So now he was faced with a dilemma. Chapter 454. Should I bear a portion of the experience penalty and choose the most suitable subclass? Or should I not bear the experience penalty and choose a slightly weaker subclass? It had to be said that anyone would find it difficult to make a choice at this moment. Every choice concerned their life and future, so no matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. Even though he had yet to make a final choice, Andrei was already preparing to forge a few suitable weapons and armor for himself. At the same time, he was also preparing a set of equipment for Mabel, who had shown her talent as a berserker. If the following development was as expected, then they would have to be prepared to fight and escape. Andrei didn't think that they would be able to win against an entire ship of pirates without being able to use magic abilities, wands, scrolls, and most magical items. His plan was to immediately take everyone to hide in the shrubbery behind the island as soon as they discovered the pirate ship around the island. They would use the complicated terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare, and then take advantage of the chaos to take a ship from the other side of the beach to Wayland City. He would think of a way to take advantage of the chaotic situation in the city to get a ship to return to Linton City, or send out the news and wait for reinforcements. Of course, the above was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps Edmund hadn't truly received the recognition of the pirate group, or perhaps the pirates had forgotten about him as time passed. In any case, it was always better to be prepared. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Boscia couldn't decline and could only helplessly sigh. "All right, I'll give it a try. But you'd better not have too much hope. The underground guilds of Wayland City are still looking for me everywhere. I definitely can't appear in public unless it's night time." In fact, she herself didn't want to return to Wayland City at this particular time. Even though it had been 3 weeks since the bounty was announced, there were definitely still many people who hadn't given up and were still searching everywhere. Therefore, the danger hadn't disappeared, but had instead become even more concealed. I've already considered this point. Here, these are 2 bottles of invisibility potion. You can completely disappear from the enemy's sight within a few seconds after drinking them. I believe that with your level of silent movement, escaping with ease shouldn't be a problem. Saying this, André took out the magic potions he had prepared and handed them to Boscia. As a mage who liked to be fully prepared for everything, how could he let such a cute lowly risk her life for no reason? He definitely had a series of meticulous plans. Invisibility potion? Staring at the flashing liquid within the potion bottle, Boscia raised her eyebrows in surprise. She quickly snatched the bottle over and carefully pulled out the cork. She wrinkled her nose and sniffed lightly. A strange look quickly appeared in her eyes. She sized up the young man standing in front of her from head to toe with a suspicious expression on her face. "First, you're a blacksmith who can forge magical weapons. Now you can take out precious magical potions. Who exactly are you?" In this world, no one who could become a professional was an idiot. If you treated others as idiots, you would soon find that you had already become an idiot in the eyes of others. Boscia, who had lived in Valence City for more than a decade, had seen all kinds of schemes with her own eyes. She had also experienced countless betrayals and plots. Her usual innocent and cute appearance was, to a certain extent, a disguise to protect herself. After all, most people would subconsciously lower their guard when facing a sweet, pure, and beautiful halfling. This way, she would be able to get closer to her target and steal. It was obvious that André's endless methods, as well as his maturity and meticulous thinking that didn't match his age, had raised the vigilance of the big-breasted lowly. There were only 11 official mages in the Sardinia Islands controlled by the pirate. More than half of them were beginner spellcasters hovering around the 3rd level. Thus, it was basically a magic desert. Moreover, there were very few priests. Apart from the simple temple in Valence City dedicated to the goddess of the sea, there was only a temple for the goddess of wealth built by smugglers. The goddess of the sea was inclined towards evil. She often set off huge waves and violent storms, forcing the sailors to offer sacrifices. Thus, the burning and looting style of the pirates was very much in line with her wishes. The goddess of wealth was even more so. Wherever merchants gathered, there would definitely be a temple for her. Although she was a neutral god, she often helped criminals dispose of their stolen goods and even openly protected smugglers. She was deeply worshipped and revered by the majority of unscrupulous merchants. The only regret was that there were less than 10 priests in both temples. Although they weren't the lowest-level altars, there wasn't much difference. The amount of holy water, healing potions, and divine spells that could be provided every day was pitifully low. Naturally, it was unlikely that they would enter the market. In such an environment, a young blacksmith who could forge magical weapons suddenly appeared, and easily took out 3 bottles of level 2 magic potions, invisibility potions. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would be suspicious. André had already expected this situation. He calmly moved his numb arms, bent down and asked playfully, "Then who do you think I am? You definitely aren't a pirate. Otherwise, with your current forging skills, You can get everything you want from the Pirate King, Francis. Since you aren't a friend, you must be an enemy. I guess the name Gond is also fake? Portia also raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and asked back without showing any weakness. The distance between the two was very close. If they were to move forward a little more, their noses would almost touch each other. However, she didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she appeared to be a little excited. Perhaps it was because of the strong curiosity of the halfling, or perhaps it was because she didn't feel any danger from Andre, so the big-breasted lowly didn't put on any defensive posture and looked at him without blinking. That's right. Gond is indeed a fake name used to hide my identity. As for my real name, it's not convenient to tell you now. If you are willing to help me play this show to the end, you will naturally know all the truth. However, you are much smarter than I thought, and your intuition is also very sharp. Your future will definitely be limitless. How about it? If you are not interested in joining my team, I promise that there will be all kinds of exciting adventures. You will never feel bored. Andre wasn't embarrassed, panicked, or shocked by his identity being exposed at all. He openly admitted that he used a fake name and even took the initiative to extend a hand to recruit her. Chapter 455. What is this? Is it a cover-up, a lie, or do you have any intentions towards me? Portia glanced at the large hand in front of her. She did not choose to shake it, nor did she choose to turn around and leave. It was as if she was waiting for an answer, or a reason to convince herself to stay. Andre, who had always had a clear understanding of human nature, keenly captured the desire that flashed in her eyes. He smiled and shook his head. No, it's not that. I'm currently in a weakened state and need a capable helper and partner. You happen to meet all the requirements. On one hand, you have unlimited potential. On the other hand, your character is not bad. You happen to be in between good and evil. You have your own set of moral standards, which suits my taste. Of course, this is not a forced arrangement. You can choose to join for a period of time to experience it. If you are not satisfied, you can leave at any time. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? The big-breasted lowly obviously did not expect the conditions to be so lax. She was slightly taken aback at first. Then, she lowered her head and thought for a few minutes. She then stretched out her nimble little hand and shook Andre's large hand. For the sake of the magical weapons and potions, deal. But I have to say this in advance. If there is an especially dangerous situation, I will run away. No problem. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Seeing that this matter was finally resolved smoothly, Andre quickly revealed a faint smile. He really needed a helper now, especially a thief who could silently sneak into certain special areas. One must know that if the items on the list were to be bought with money, it would be impossible to buy them without tens of thousands of gold coins. But if it were to be stolen, it would be much easier. Remember, don't ever cheat me behind my back. Otherwise, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will not let you go. Perhaps because she had been betrayed by a friend in the past, Portia gave a half-true and half-false warning at the end. From her sharp eyes, one could tell that she was definitely not joking. However, Andre never had such intentions, so he shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. I can swear that if there is really any conspiracy against you, I will definitely die under the cruelest punishment in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a white translucent light shone in from the window, forming a golden radiance. There was no doubt that there was a deity who volunteered to be the witness of the oath. If he really did something wrong to the halfling thief, then this deity would be responsible for fulfilling the oath without the slightest bit of compromise. Orier was a world filled with supernatural powers. Anyone who swore an oath would have to be careful, otherwise, the chances of receiving retribution would definitely exceed 50%. Perhaps it was because the oath had come into effect. Portia's face quickly regained her playful smile. She placed the 3 potion bottles filled with invisibility potions into her waist pouch and walked towards the door without looking back. As she walked, she waved her hand and said, "Then it's settled. I'll sneak into Valen City tomorrow and collect the easier materials on this list within 3 days. The rest will depend on luck." "Thanks. When the time comes, I will instruct Mabel to cooperate with you. If you really can't do it, then forget it. Don't force yourself. After all, the invisibility potion isn't omnipotent. At the very least, it won't be able to hide from a canine's sensitive sense of smell." Andre shouted at the woman's graceful back. "Understood. It's not like I'm a thief who's stolen for the first time. I know how to deal with those hunting dogs guarding the house." After saying this, Portia directly pushed open the door and walked towards the wooden house not far away. She was in a hurry to finish the scabbard and hilt before setting off, so she didn't want to waste any time. After watching the huge-breasted lowly leave, Andre was the only one left in the crude blacksmith shop. However, he didn't forge weapons like he had done a few days ago. Instead, he took out a piece of parchment and a quill and started to write and draw on it, designing armor and weapons. After a short while, 2 weapons that didn't look like blades and a sword didn't look like swords appeared on the paper. As for the armor, he had fully considered the comprehensive factors of strength, weight, agility, and so on. He had chosen the relatively light chainmail. The specific plan was to melt down the mithril scimitar and then mix in a certain proportion of steel. Although it would be a bit more troublesome to make, its defensive power was unquestionable. The only downside was that it had a weak defense against blunt weapons. In addition, there were also some small things like knee pads, elbow pads, and so on. Not only would it ensure that the defensive power was sufficient, but it would also not cause inconvenience due to its heavy weight. Time passed by and it didn't take long for the sky to turn completely dark. Just when the few drawings were about to be completed, Andre suddenly heard his stomach growling. He raised his head and glanced at the beautiful sunset outside the window. He was surprised to find that it was already dusk. He hurriedly put out the fire in the furnace and cleaned up the mess. He closed the door and walked towards the wooden house, ready to have a sumptuous dinner to reward himself. One had to know that drawing a design was a very mentally taxing thing. In addition, he had not eaten lunch, so he felt particularly hungry. He could almost eat a cow. When he thought of the delicious seafood chowder and fragrant grilled fish stewed by Fiona, Andre began to salivate. He quickly quickened his pace and soon disappeared at the end of the country road. Early the next morning, when the east was just starting to turn a little white, 2 pairs of young men and women appeared on the beach of Sea Turtle Island. It was Andre and his group. They loaded 60 forged steel longswords, scimitars, leather gloves inlaid with steel plates, as well as helmets, shin guards, daggers, and other items that Mabel had made during her free time when she was practicing her blacksmithing. Then, they pushed the boats into the sea when the tide was high. The pig iron ingots purchased in Valen City last time had been mostly used up. Most of them had been smelted into steel. Those swords and armor were the result. Even though there weren't many of them, the price was definitely more than 3 times that of ordinary iron products. According to the normal market price, an iron combat dagger that weighed less than half a kilogram would cost around 2 gold coins. However, if it was made of steel, the price would immediately exceed 5 gold coins. Long swords and scimitars were made of similar materials. If they were brand new, they would cost around 10 to 15 gold coins. However, if they were made of steel, they would cost more than 30 gold coins. Moreover, most of them were forged in one go. At most, some layering techniques would be used. For example, if Andre used the steel clamping method to forge them, it wouldn't be a problem to sell them for 50 gold coins. 60 of them would be 3,000 gold coins. Chapter 456. It had to be known that he'd only spent a total of 160 Alliance gold coins, including the tools and iron ingot. After a series of processing and forging, the cost had increased by nearly 200 times. It was even faster than robbing. In terms of profit, it was probably second only to making magic items and selling salt. It was no wonder that in Orire, the people or organizations that could engage in mining, smelting, and forging were either nobles with a long history or large merchant groups with strong financial resources. On one hand, they monopolized high-level smelting technology, especially steelmaking. Many blacksmiths in small places didn't know how to use simple methods to remove the impurities in pig iron. They could only use the most primitive methods of hammering, quenching, and tempering to achieve their goals. It was both time-consuming and laborious, otherwise the price of steel products wouldn't be so high. On the other hand, they often directly or indirectly controlled most of the minerals and could provide a steady stream of cheap, raw materials for their blacksmith. As for others who wanted to buy, they could, but the price, alright, 5 times the price was already giving you face. Unless you were going for the premium route, you could be crushed by the price at any time. Fortunately, there were no iron mines in the Sardinia Islands, so all steel products relied on smugglers. At the same time, the blacksmiths in Valin City were only half-baked and couldn't satisfy the huge market. André had taken advantage of this point and decided to show himself as a blacksmith. He didn't forge many things anyway, so he was going for the high-end route. If he sold them to the pirate leaders and gang leaders, he wouldn't have too much conflict with the weapons merchants and could even work together. Looking at the swords and knives piled up on the ship, an excited smile appeared on Mabel's face. She said to her beloved sister, "Fiona, I'm leaving. I'll likely be staying in Valin City for a few days this time. Take care of yourself at home. If you run into any trouble, ask Gond for advice. With his wisdom, he'll be able to resolve it easily." The young girl nodded meekly. "I understand. You be careful too. Valin City isn't a peaceful place. I've heard that terrifying murders happen every night. You can always see a dozen or so corpses floating on the surface of the sea when the sun rises. Don't worry, I'm still here. Things in the underground world aren't that big of a deal. As long as you pay enough protection fees according to the rules, no one will come looking for trouble. At least a few dozen steel weapons won't attract any attention." At some point in time, Boscia had appeared from the side and hugged Fiona's slender waist. She said very playfully. After spending nearly 3 weeks together, the two women had become good friends. Occasionally, they would hide at the side and whisper to each other. To use a fashionable word to describe them, they were best friends. "Then I'll leave everything to you. Don't let anything happen to my brother." As she spoke, Fiona bent down, intimately hugged the big-breasted Loli, and kissed her on the cheek. "No problem. Leave it to me." Boscia waved her small fist, turned around, and leaped up. She landed firmly on the small boat, fully displaying her perfect body coordination. Mabel nodded at the other two and immediately jumped onto the boat as well. They soon left the shore and sailed towards Valin City. Under André's tutelage, he was no longer the pedantic and simple fisherman from half a month ago. Instead, he was an ambitious youth who desired to achieve great things and gain wealth, status, and fame. In addition, he was slowly beginning to grasp the berserk ability hidden in his bloodline. It wasn't a problem for him to deal with 3 to 5 adults who didn't have a professional rank. With the first ray of light from the rising sun, the small boat finally disappeared completely from sight. André lightly patted the girl who was standing there in a daze and reminded her softly, "Let us go back. They won't be able to return until at least the day after tomorrow." Fiona smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the sea breeze and followed André back to the wooden house. In fact, she didn't feel any reluctance towards her brother's departure. Instead, she was secretly delighted. After all, for a girl who had just experienced the first awakening of love, family ties and the like could only be ranked behind love. Being alone with the person she admired was the most important thing. However, André's mind was filled with the problem of his part-time job, as well as the design of weapons and armor. He didn't notice Fiona's tender gaze, nor did he notice a pair of eyes filled with hatred peeping from the forest. "Damned bastard! I'll definitely make you pay for what you've done. And you and your brother. Stupid bitch. I'll never forget what you've done. Blood for blood." An ugly man with only one hand left gritted his teeth and cursed. It was Edmund, who had been drowned in the sea half a month ago. Obviously, he didn't die. He was trying to break free from the rope and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. However, after experiencing the battle that night, Edmund deeply realized that with his own strength, it was difficult to even protect himself, let alone take revenge. Therefore, he didn't even dare to return home these days. He had been wandering in the wilderness, silently waiting for an opportunity. This was because he had calculated that in a few days, Captain Kent of the Seawolf would come to pick him up. As long as he continued to endure for a while, he would be able to pay back all the suffering he had suffered these days and taste the sweetness of revenge. After watching Andre and Fiona disappear into the bushes, the young man who had been twisted by hatred took a deep breath. He suppressed the burning anger and the festering wound on his wrist and resolutely walked towards the cave not far away. In order to be able to break free from the tough rope, he smashed his injured hand as bait to attract a saw shark. He then used the saw-like front part of the shark to break free from the rope and finally escaped before the oxygen ran out. Of course, the price was that one of his hands was completely crippled and his body was riddled with scars. Under the influence of the hot temperature, some parts of his body had already started to rot and pus. He looked like a zombie that had walked out from a horror movie. The reason why he was still persevering and living was for one goal, and that was revenge. Every day, he ate raw fish, shells, crabs, and even the corpses of his companions from the sea, drank the dew that dripped from the cave, endured the torture of illness and injuries, slept on damp rocks full of sea cockroaches, avoided the fishermen that came and went. Everything was for the pleasure of revenge, even if it meant falling into the bottomless abyss with the enemy. Chapter 457. To a certain extent, Edmund could be considered as a man with a strong mind. If he had a better chance, it wouldn't be difficult for him to stand out. But it was a pity that Andre's arrival had destroyed all his hopes and even snatched away his lover. Every time he saw Fiona's graceful figure and the gentleness in her eyes, he could feel a fire burning in his heart, as if it was going to devour him completely. After forcing himself through the coconut forest, Edmund finally arrived at a cave on the west side of the sea. This was his temporary residence for more than half a month. He carefully looked around and made sure that no one was following him before he quickly went in and sat on a relatively dry rock. With a crazed look, he said to the few rotten corpses beside him, "Hey, guys, I'm back. I just saw that little bitch Fiona and that bastard who threw you guys into the sea to feed the fishes. I almost couldn't help but rush out and strangle them all to death. But fortunately, I restrained myself at the last moment because I can't take revenge alone, and I can't let that bitch Fiona taste the bitter fruit of her own actions. Wait for another day or two. Wait for another day or two, my friends. When the time comes, I'll bring the pirates and kill them, and rape Fiona in front of that gigolo until she dies. Then I'll chop off all the limbs of my enemies, tie them up with rocks and throw them into the sea." After roaring out the last few words, Edmund suddenly laughed like a madman. He bent down and opened his yellowed teeth, and began to gnaw on the rotten corpses. As he chewed and swallowed, he muttered neurotically, "Power. I need power. Great power. Give me all your power. Then I can take revenge." With a creepy whisper echoing in the cave, coupled with the horrifying scene, anyone with a normal mind would vomit uncontrollably. It must be known that cannibalism was something that was unacceptable in any world. Even in the barbaric and backward Oleal continent, once it was discovered in many places, it would immediately be burned at the stake. Even the most vicious of bandits would not dare to offend it lightly, or else they would be greeted by the knights of the various major churches. There were no good or neutral gods who could tolerate this. Even most of the evil gods openly expressed their opposition to cannibalism. Only crazy demon worshippers would do such a thing. There was no doubt that Edmund had stepped onto a path of no return. Even his mental state seemed a little abnormal. After a few hours of sailing, the shabby fishing boat finally crossed the dangerous waters once again and arrived at the only city in the Sardinia Islands, Wayland. Mabel couldn't remember how many times she had come to the City of Sin, but she had never been as excited as she was today. This was because he was no longer selling cheap fish, but expensive high-quality weapons and armor. More than half a month ago, she was still a small person who worked hard to survive. Every month, she would wake up early and work late to buy necessities. Even so, she could barely survive. Now that she had thousands of gold coins worth of goods, she would naturally feel excited. After all, 3,000 gold coins was not a small amount, especially for a commoner who lived at the bottom of society. In many places where trade was not developed, this amount of money was enough to buy a small manor and live a peaceful and prosperous life for the rest of her life. I'm really blessed by the goddess of luck. I actually unintentionally saved someone who could change her fate. Staring at the harbor that was getting closer and closer, Mabel clenched the sword hanging on her belt and muttered to herself. Ever since she knew that her bloodline had violent power, she had begun to train her combat skills. Even though half a month was not enough for her to become a true warrior, she could already use her footwork and sword properly. She was no longer a fisherman who could be bullied by others. "Hey, what are you muttering about?" Boscia, who had wrapped herself in her cloak, asked with a twitch of her mouth. She didn't know if it was because she had been living too comfortably recently, but the closer she got to Valens City, the worse her mood became. She couldn't help but recall the terrible past, and her entire being became irritable and restless. Mabel didn't mind the lowly's somewhat aggressive tone and shrugged with a smile. "Nothing, I was just lamenting about the fickleness of fate. Maybe you don't know, but I was still a poor descendant of slaves half a month ago. But when that person appeared, my entire life changed completely." "You're talking about Gond?" A trace of curiosity appeared in the lowly's eyes. Even though she didn't even know Andre's real name, it didn't mean that she wasn't interested. She had even tried to ask Fiona about it in private, but she could only get a few stammering answers every time. Hee, that's right. He's the most special person I've ever met, very, very special. There's an indescribable attraction to him. From the first time I saw him, I didn't hesitate to fish him out of the sea without the slightest hesitation. At this point, a trace of pride appeared on Mabel's face. Facts have proven that I did the right thing. Look at everything now. He used less than half a month to let me and my sister live a different kind of life. At least we live with dignity, and it will only get better and better in the future. Boscia keenly captured the information revealed in Mabel's words. She suddenly raised her head and asked quickly, "So you know Gond's true identity?" Mabel nodded lightly, "Of course. But I can't tell you right now unless I get his permission. Also, you'd better hide quickly. We're about to reach the shore. Once someone discovers your tracks, half of Valens City will fall into chaos. TCH, if you can't tell me, then don't. I'll figure it out myself one day." Boscia stomped her foot in irritation. She quickly adjusted her breathing and entered stealth with the help of light and shadows. She was like a gray ball at the moment, unmoving and blending into the small boat. If one didn't observe closely, they wouldn't be able to discover that a halfling was hiding inside. Aurère's thieves were usually very good at using light, the environment, and blind spots to camouflage themselves. In the eyes of an outsider, it was as if they had suddenly disappeared from sight. Thus, this technique was called stealth. Chapter 458. Mabel stared at the place where the halfling thief was hiding a few times, and only when she was certain that nothing was amiss did she move the oars and let the small boat slowly dock at the simple dock. Just like last time, he anchored the small boat in front of the inn and casually grabbed a scimitar, a longsword, and 2 gauntlets. He held them in his arms and walked straight to the inn's entrance, not worried in the slightest that the goods on the boat would be stolen by thieves. He knew that the best thieves in all of Valen City were currently hiding on the boat. If any ignorant brat dared to act rashly, they would be knocked to the ground in an instant. The Thousand Sails Inn was one of the many places in the lower city for sailors to pass the time. Not only did it provide plenty of low-quality alcohol 24/7, but there were also many scantily clad women with decadent auras wandering around the hall, looking for energetic customers. Once they had negotiated a price, they would have sex in the simple and crude room at the back. It could be said that there was no difference between day and night here, nor was there any so-called rest. Every person who walked in would uncontrollably indulge in alcohol, tobacco, and women. There were even a few who would try out more exciting activities, such as fighting beasts, or eating powerful hallucinogens refined with magic. After all, pirates were a group of people who didn't know tomorrow after today. Who knew if they would suddenly die? It could be an intense naval battle, a terrifying disease, or a terrifying storm. Anyway, the sea was so dangerous, and there were countless situations that could kill them. How could they not properly relax after every robbery? Driven by such thoughts, almost all pirates would wantonly squander the wealth they had plundered when they reached the shore. Only a few with a clear head knew how to accumulate wealth, and when they had earned enough, they would find an opportunity to leave and enjoy the rest of their lives. Mabel, who had seen this chaotic scene more than once, furrowed her brows and carefully avoided the drunken drunkards. At the same time, she had to politely decline the prostitutes who came up to hit on her. With great difficulty, she squeezed her way to the front of the bar and sat down. She lowered her voice and said to the burly man beside her, "Boss Garrick, I have a batch of weapons and armor that I want to sell. Would you be interested?" Weapons and armor? Iron Fist Garrick, who was a little tipsy, turned his head and looked at the young man from head to toe. Soon, he showed a hint of surprise. "Damn it, Mabel, you've changed a lot. Look at your clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that you came to sell your fish half a month ago, I wouldn't have recognized you. What's the matter? Have you changed your business to weapons?" Hearing these words, Mabel smiled bitterly and shook her head. "No, I just know a very powerful blacksmith and helped him sell some weapons and armor made from steel. Please take a look. Here are some samples." As he spoke, he quietly passed the longsword, scimitar, and gauntlet to the bartender. Then, he ordered a large glass of ale from the bartender and sipped it slowly. As someone who had some understanding of the underground powers of Valen City, Mabel was very clear that if something like a weapon was sold without the permission of the head of the Underground Guild, there would only be 2 outcomes. One was to be mysteriously robbed, and the other was to be murdered. There was no third option. It was very clear that as of now, the only person she knew who had contact with the Underground Guild was this brawny man in front of her. Garrick didn't pay attention to the noise in the hall and directly pulled out half of the longsword. He was instantly attracted by the cold blade and the gleaming blade. He touched it lightly with his finger and tested its sharpness on the edge of the bar counter. Soon, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "My God! This is the best, sharpest longsword I've ever seen. Tell me quickly, how many do you have?" 30 longswords, 30 scimitars, 10 pairs of gauntlets, and some helmets, shin plates, and other defensive equipment. Mabel replied quietly. "So many? What's the price?" Even though he looked like a brawny and simple-minded brawny man, Garrick wasn't stupid at all. On the contrary, he had a craftiness that didn't match his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of head. One had to know that Valen City was filled with all sorts of schemes and plot. If one only had brute strength, then they could only become a hired thug or bodyguard. If one wanted to climb up the ranks, then they needed to have the intelligence to match their strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when they would be stabbed. Without a doubt, Garrick could see the value of these weapons at a glance, so he planned to take them all in one go. The only thing he was worried about now was whether or not he could raise enough money. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using underhanded means, but considering that a blacksmith who could create such excellent products couldn't be a nobody, he probably knew many powerful professionals. Thus, he had long since given up on this idea. Moreover, compared to a one-time deal, he wanted to make a steady stream of money. If he wanted to make a lot of money in Valen City, then obtaining a stable source of goods was the most basic of basic. The scimitars and longswords are 50 Alliance gold coins each, the gloves are 8 gold coins, the armor and helmet are 10 gold coins, and any form of bargaining is rejected. 50 gold coins? Oh my God! You're robbing me! The finished longswords from other places are only 25 gold coins each, and yours are twice as expensive. Garrick pretended to be angry as he roared in a low voice. In reality, he was very clear that this price wasn't expensive at all, and could even be said to be rather cheap. If he sold it to someone who needed it, then he could immediately make a profit of more than 50%. Steel weapons were rare in Valen City, and many pirate leaders were willing to get their hands on one for self-defense. Thus, the market was always in a state of hunger, and there was no need to worry about sales. However, as the saying goes, all merchants are evil. Suppressing the price was a necessary skill for all buyers, not to mention that Garrick was the leader of a gang. It was already good enough that he didn't threaten them. Unfortunately, Mabel was no longer the timid fisherman she used to be. She retorted fearlessly, "Boss, I believe you understand the difference between steel and iron products, so I won't waste any more words. Seeing that you've helped me before, I only want to ask you one thing. Do you want these goods or not? If you don't want them, then I'll have to contact other buyers." Garrick's expression instantly turned ugly when he heard these words. He hadn't expected that the normally submissive youth would be so calm today, not at all afraid of him, and even dare to speak to him in such a tone. It was simply inconceivable to the extreme. Chapter 459. Valen City was a city jointly controlled by the underground guilds and pirate. No one knew what kind of agreement they had signed in private, but the first pirate king had completely delegated the authority to 10 daring smugglers. He had also promised that as long as they could pay a certain amount of taxes and provide the necessary resources, the entire city would be under their control. After countless years of development, the first 10 smugglers had gradually taken root here and developed into a powerful underground gang. Today there were only 6 left, each controlling the city's food, weapons, armor, spices, and cloth trade. It could even be said that they had a tight grip on the economic lifeline of the Sardinia island. Most of the pirates were like a bunch of idiots, always handing over the things they had stolen to the gangs to deal with while they took the money and enjoyed themselves at the entertainment venues set up by the other party. They would only go out to sea to rob again after spending the last copper on them. It was obvious that their wealth had all flowed into the pockets of the underground guild. Only a few of the upper echelons of the pirates knew how to accumulate a portion of their wealth for a rainy day. If it weren't for the fact that the successive pirate kings had incredible control over the leaders of the guilds and could mobilize all the resources with a single order, the outside world might have already begun to speculate that the island had silently changed rulers. It was obvious that Garrick was a small leader under the 6 major guild. He was mainly responsible for protecting the shops around the 1,000 sails in from being harassed by drunkards and hoodlums. At the same time, he had to ensure that the taxes were paid on time every month. As for the extra money and protection fees, they belonged to him. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a contracted operation. The upper echelons would set a quota, and the people below would manage it on their own, fully mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm to achieve the goal of maximizing benefits. It was just like the East India Company during the Age of Discovery on Earth. Of course, the underground guilds also had a cruel selection and elimination system to ensure that there wouldn't be idiots who would blackmail or kidnap merchants and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Once they discovered that a leader's management method wasn't up to standard, one or two ruthless hoodlums or thugs would quickly get the hint and start to challenge the boss of the area through certain methods. It might be an assassination, a duel, or a kidnapping. In any case, they would use all the methods they thought could kill their target. The successful ones would become the new leaders, while the defeated ones would be thrown into the sea, and even their families would suffer along with them. As a person who had stood out from the bitter competition and had held the position of the leader for 5 years, Garrick knew very well how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, looking for an opportunity to kill him and replace him. Therefore, he had been secretly accumulating strength in an attempt to climb to a higher position. However, in order to achieve this, a large amount of money was necessary. After all, regardless of whether it was bribing the guild leader or training loyal subordinates, just the surplus every month and the filial piety from helping the thieves dispose of their stolen goods was not enough at all. Now that a business that could make a lot of money had suddenly appeared, Garrick couldn't help but frown as he silently sized up the young man sitting beside him who was calmly drinking while thinking of countermeasures. After a long while, he finally asked, "Mabel, if you don't mind, can you tell me who the blacksmith who made these weapons is and where he lives? If it's convenient, it'd be best if you could bring me to meet him. I'm sure you know the value of steel weapons in Valen City. If you don't have a hidden channel, it'd easily cause a lot of trouble once discovered." "I'm sorry, Boss Garrick, I really can't help you with this. This blacksmith isn't an ordinary person. He even has the ability to forge magical weapons and defensive equipment. I'll bring one for you to see the next time I come, but his personality is a bit strange, and he doesn't like to have too much contact with strangers. That's why he's put me in charge of selling these premium weapons, and then buying enough iron ingots to bring back." Mabel followed Andre's teachings and spoke, without leaving out a single detail. Perhaps he still didn't know that this sinister and cunning gang leader in front of him was thinking of bypassing the middleman and directly reaching an agreement with the blacksmith of the weapons. However, he instinctively felt danger and subconsciously raised his guard. One of his hands silently pressed on the hilt of his sword. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately activate his immature berserk ability and chop the opponent into minced meat. "Is that so? That's a pity. You should know that it's not easy to meet a blacksmith who can forge magical weapons. You've really hit the jackpot." After saying that, Garrick pretended to spread out his hands helplessly and pretended to have a regretful expression. In fact, with his rich experience in fighting, he could see the young man's action of holding the sword at a glance. He knew that if he continued to probe further, the consequences would likely develop in the worst direction. Therefore, he decisively ended this topic. The underground guild was not like what outsiders imagined, consisting of a group of vicious gangsters who took pleasure in bullying, torturing, and humiliating others all day long. On the contrary, one of their basic purposes was to make profit. To put it bluntly, it was to make money. In essence, they should be regarded as businessmen who engaged in a special industry. Without enough benefits, only fools would think of fighting and killing all day long. It was absolutely impossible for them to fight to the death. First of all, they would not take the initiative to provoke those who were stronger than them or enemies who were on par with them. Otherwise, even if they could achieve victory in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The gains would not make up for the losses, not to mention the high probability of failure. Secondly, since they were businessmen, they naturally would not casually kill people. As the saying goes, peace breeds wealth. If they made everyone on the streets feel insecure, how could they do business and make money? Lastly, and also the most important, the Underground Guild had announced that anyone who dared to act against special talents would be hunted down by the entire Valen City. The definition of the so-called special talents was very broad, ranging from mages who mastered powerful arcane magic to farmers who were proficient in farming. Basically, anyone who had a skill was included. Blacksmiths who could forge high-quality weapons and armor were naturally one of them, and their status was only below mages, priests, druids, warlocks, and other spellcasters. Without a doubt, the underground guild that ruled Valen City was not as stupid as the rumors said, purposely causing the entire city to fall into chaos. They clearly understood the importance of recruiting special talents for their own development. Chapter 460. It was just that the pirates were used to using simple and crude methods to deal with problems. The criminals, smugglers, and prostitutes that escaped from all directions caused the cost of maintaining law and order to be too high. Thus, it was a good thing that he joined in and used violence to manage the situation. This way, the administrative costs would be reduced to the greatest extent, and the taxes collected would be quite high as well. Even though Garrick really wanted to give Mabel a vicious punch, he held himself back in the end. He understood that if he acted rashly before investigating the other party's background, the unlucky one would most likely be himself. Even though he was being called boss and sounded very impressive, he was very clear that he was only a mid-level leader. There were at least 4 levels above him. If he really did make a big mistake, a single word from the higher-ups would be enough to take his life. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, Mabel relaxed a little and shook her head with a wry smile. "Boss Garrick, please don't tease me anymore. Just tell me the truth, do you want these goods or not? I'm really in need of money. That blacksmith has instructed me to deliver the things he needs within 3 days. Yes, of course I want them, but I'm a little short on funds right now and can't buy so much. Do you think I can?" Garrick rapped his fingers on the bar table and revealed a very awkward expression. "I'm afraid I can't lower the price, but you can use some special items to pay off your debt. I just happen to have a list with the names and prices of a few dozen materials. As long as you can get them, I'll waive the corresponding amount. How about it?" As she spoke, Mabel took out the list she had already prepared and secretly handed it over. He didn't expect Garrick to be able to get his hands on a few items, but wanted to use the other party's information network to find out who in Valen City had these items. When the time came, the halfling thief would have a target to attack. It was obvious that this was Portia's idea. Only she would know so much about the underground gangs. Garrick quickly glanced at the contents of the parchment and discovered that it was all related to magic. He instantly understood that the blacksmith that the youth spoke of might really exist. He immediately agreed without hesitation. "No problem. I'll think of a way to get a portion of it to fill the gap in funds as soon as possible, but you have to give me half of the goods first. Of course, I'll pay the corresponding amount of gold coins. Of course, all the goods are on a small boat at the simple dock outside. You can pick them up anytime and anywhere." "Bullshit. You actually left such valuable goods outside. Quick, take me there." Hearing that there was a pile of steel weapons thrown out in the open, Garrick could no longer remain calm. He stood up and ran towards the door. He was the clearest about the security situation in Valen City. Thieves were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, especially those half-grown children. In order to have a meal, they would steal almost anything without considering the consequences. Mabel narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Looks like he's not as hard to deal with as I thought. At least I still have 3 trump cards that I haven't used yet. However, it would be great if I could deal with him smoothly." After saying that, he took out a few copper coins and threw them on the table. He quickly got up and followed behind. As the protector of this street, Garrick didn't have to pay whether it was for food, drinks, or women. However, Mabel didn't enjoy similar privileges, so he still had to pay for the ale. Otherwise, the bartender would definitely take out the crossbow hidden under the table. This wasn't the first time he'd seen people who wanted to dine and dash, only to have their thighs pierced by a sharp crossbow. He definitely didn't want that to happen to him. However, just as he was about to reach the door, a woman who looked to be about 20 years old with heavy makeup suddenly raised a fair leg and stopped him. She asked in an extremely seductive voice, "Hey, handsome young man, are you interested in going to the room on the second floor to get intimate with me? Seeing that you're quite handsome, I'll give you half price." Half price? Mabel had obviously never seen such a scene before. She hurriedly took a few steps back, her eyes staring straight at that fair long leg as she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Although he was already 25 years old this year, he was still a virgin through and through. In the past, he was always dressed in tattered clothes, so no prostitutes would pay attention to such a poor man. However, it was different now. He was wearing brand new tight-fitting clothes with a longsword by his waist. He also had a pair of leather boots inlaid with metal on his feet. Coupled with his heroic square face, he looked 100 times better than those drunken pirates who emitted a strong stench from head to toe. "Wow. You're actually so shy that your face is red. I like introverted and conservative men. Come on, you only need to pay 5 silver coins and you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor. If you have enough stamina, it wouldn't be a problem to play for an entire night." The woman laughed and teased as she used the tip of her foot to tease the important parts of the young man's lower body. She even purposely pulled down her coconut shell cup, revealing a large expanse of snowy white beauty. It had to be said that she was indeed very well endowed. She didn't have the sagging, yellowish skin, black eye bags, or yellowish teeth like other prostitutes. Her young body was brimming with health and vitality, especially her 2 slender and powerful thighs. Quite a few experienced courtesans on the first floor drooled over them, secretly imagining how much fun they could bring to the intense bed activity. Add to that her pretty face, and she could be considered a beauty in the entire Valen city. Mabel only felt her mouth go dry as every cell in her body entered a state of excitement. If it wasn't for the last bit of rationality in her brain reminding her that this was Valen City, and that everyone, from white-haired old men to 7- or 8-year-old children, could be villains who killed without batting an eyelid, she would have already pounced on him. The young prostitute noticed the changes in the young man's body, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She drew circles on her chest with her finger as she lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, "Remember, you absolutely have to find me in the 3rd room from the 2nd floor. I have a plan to share with you, a plan to get rid of Garrick." After she finished speaking, a meaningful light flashed in her eyes. She swayed her plump and round buttocks, giggling as she slapped away the perverted hands that wanted to take advantage of her. She quickly went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Mabel immediately woke up as the other party completely disappeared from her sight. She couldn't help but shiver as beads of sweat quickly appeared on her forehead. Chapter 461. The woman's last sentence was so explicit that anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand it clearly. Especially the killing intent she displayed in that short moment, it was enough to prove that her hands were stained with the blood of many people. Without a doubt, she wasn't a prostitute, but an ambitious schemer who schemed to replace him. The reason she used such a method to approach him was because she didn't want outsiders to know her true identity and goal. After all, the 1,000 Sails Inn was Garrick's territory. If she wasn't careful, it wouldn't take long for her to become a corpse floating on the sea. Conspiracy, trickery, betrayal. This was the unchanging theme of Valen City's chaotic nature. Only now did Mabel realize the true meaning behind Andre's words about adapting to the situation. In reality, he didn't have any good feelings towards Garrick, who used to oppress him, so he didn't have any psychological burden. The only thing he needed to consider was whether the other party had the strength to match it. After standing in place and considering for a few seconds, he decided to sell half of the goods to Garrick first and then discuss with Boscia. He also wanted to find out more about this woman and see if she could become a better partner. Thinking of this, the young man sighed slightly and quickly walked out of the door, arriving at the simple dock only a few steps away from the 1,000 Sails Inn. It was obvious that he wasn't used to fighting and scheming. More accurately, he couldn't deal with it. After all, whether it was knowledge, or life experience, he couldn't compare to those old foxes who had been in Valen City for many years. Fortunately, he had a halfling thief who was proficient in the matters of gangs following him. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed whole sooner or later. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. All of them are high-quality weapons made of steel. And they were forged using a special method. Hardness, toughness, and the beautiful patterns on the edges. They're like works of art. I'm sure many pirate leaders would be willing to pay a high price to buy them for self-defense. Completely unaware of what had just happened, Garrick was standing in the small boat, inspecting the quality of the swords one by one. His mouth was constantly letting out exclamations of surprise, and the greed in his eyes could be clearly felt even from a distance of more than 10 meters. It's good that you're satisfied. Please pay 1,500 gold coins now, and you can take half of the goods. Mabel stepped on the creaking wooden planks and walked unhurriedly to the side of the small boat. He wasn't worried at all about the muscular man in front of him going back on his word. This was because Bosha, who was in stealth, was already prepared for battle. She could instantly use her special skill, backstab, with her enchanted dagger, to pierce the back of the opponent's head. The so-called backstab was actually a technique that was hidden in the dark and suddenly launched a fatal attack. It had to meet two conditions. First of all, the attacker had to ensure that they were not discovered in advance. Secondly, they had to approach the target from behind and not be detected by the enemy before they hit. Lastly, and most importantly, the attacker had to have sufficient understanding of the human body to know which parts were fatal and which parts could cripple the target after being hit. Generally speaking, only thief-related professions had the knowledge and skills to match it. Ordinary people would probably be discovered before they could even get close to it. Portia was clearly an expert in stealth. At this moment, she was hiding behind a wooden barrel that was less than 2 meters away from her target. Be it her breathing, heartbeat, or body temperature, all of them were controlled to perfection. She looked like an unremarkable pile of goods, not moving at all. Even though her main job was to steal expensive gold, silver, and jewelry, she would occasionally kill a few people who had committed heinous crimes. Her assassination skills weren't low at all, at least much better than Mabel's. Garrick didn't know that there was a huge Busta Loli hiding behind him, who could take his life at any time. He nodded with a big smile. No problem. Here, these are 15 gold notes from the Willie Merchant Association. Each one is worth 100 gold coins. Not only can you withdraw them, you can also spend them in any store in the city. Check them. Like most cities in the south, most transactions in Valen City were paid with bills of exchange piled up by reputation. Perhaps it was because there were too many thieves, robbers, and scoundrels, but anyone with money here liked to exchange their money for bills with special markings and code word. On one hand, it was easy to carry around. It could be hidden anywhere on the body, such as the soles of shoes, underwear, or hair. Some people would even cut open their own flesh and stuff the bills of exchange in, then sew them back together with a needle and thread. On the other hand, the bills of exchange in Valen City were different from other places. They provided a special service that only the owner could withdraw. Just this point alone ensured that others wouldn't be able to withdraw cash even if they managed to steal it, greatly guaranteeing the safety of one's asset. However, the bills of exchange Garrick provided didn't fall into this category. Although Mabel had never seen these high-level financial products before, she had at least heard of the rumors. She carefully inspected the giant snake seal at the bottom right corner, which seemed to be slowly crawling, and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It was a seal stamped with a special ink that would change color according to the angle of the light, creating a strange visual deception. From afar, it looked like a snake had come to life. This was the greatest secret of the Willie Merchant Association. No other organization or individual in Valen City had the ability to replicate it. This also meant that 15 sheets of sweat-smelling parchment paper could really be exchanged for 1,500 Alliance gold coins, or the equivalent currency of other regions. Because there were many countries in the Orire, and because the nobles in some regions also had the right to mint their own coins, the types of currency were rather complicated. Add to that the fact that there were metal smelting techniques, and the purity and craftsmanship of the coins were uneven, it was very troublesome to convert them. If one wasn't a professional currency changer, they would probably never be able to figure out the tricks within. Fortunately, every region had one or two economically developed countries. The gold and silver coins they produced would become the reference for the exchange in that region. In the southern seas, the Green Sea Alliance's currency was the only reference, equivalent to the US dollar after World War II on Earth. The payment has been confirmed. 1,500 Alliance gold coins are correct. You can now take away 30 weapons, scimitars, longswords, and so on. Mabel stuffed the bills of exchange into the back of her leather boots and gestured for the passenger to proceed. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Remember, keep the rest of the goods. I'll be able to gather the rest in 2 or 3 days at most. With that, Garrick didn't waste any more words. He directly took out 15 long swords and 15 scimitars, tied them up with ropes, and carried them on his shoulders as he walked towards a remote path. Chapter 462. The weight of a weapon was usually around 3 to 4 kilograms. 30 of them would only weigh 120 kilograms. It was nothing to a muscular man like Garrick. Mabel could not help but heave a sigh of relief as she watched the other party's back gradually disappear. She lowered her voice and said, "Bosha, I have something to discuss with you. There are too many people here. It's not a good place to talk. Follow me, don't fall behind." As the last word fell, a black shadow dashed out of the ship and entered the Thousand Sails in at an extremely fast speed. Her movements were so agile that the passers-by around did not notice her at all. Mabel did not dare to delay. She immediately covered the goods with a rag and followed him into the noisy hall on the first floor. Soon, she found a petite person wearing a gray cloak in a dark corner. Without asking, she knew that she was definitely the halfling thief who had just entered. Without any hesitation, the young man went straight to the bar counter and ordered 2 cups of ale, a few of his signature dishes, and 2 pieces of bread before personally serving them to Portia. At the same time, he glanced at the drunkards around him from the corner of his eyes. After confirming that there was no danger, he softly recounted everything that happened just now, leaving out every single detail. As for Bosha, she was silently listening while taking small bites of her food. She did not interrupt the entire process. She focused on analyzing the situation and thinking of countermeasures to take next. A few minutes later, the food on the table was cleaned up, leaving only the leftover soup on the plate and 2 large cups of fragrant ale. Perhaps it was because of the remote location, but the waitress shuttling through the crowd did not notice that there were several empty plates that needed to be cleaned up. She also did not notice the strange atmosphere between the two. There was no helping it. There were just too many people in the hall on the first floor of the Thousand Sails Inn, especially those pirates who were already very hot-tempered. Once they were drunk, it was simply a big problem. Not only would they have conflicts with the ordinary customers around them, but they also often harassed the waitresses. It was fine if they took advantage of them verbally, but some of them even unscrupulously put their hands under the waitresses' skirts and groped them, or openly attacked their breasts. As a result, the waitresses had developed agile skills, and they would never stop when passing through the crowd. Seeing a girl with a face full of freckles and wearing a white apron flash past her, a smile appeared on Mabel's face. She then took a sip of ale and asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Do you think I should go to the guest room on the 2nd floor and meet that woman? Of course you have to meet her. If I'm not wrong, the woman who deliberately seduced you is the famous charm witch of the lower city district, Maris. She's very good at using men to achieve her goals. Some time ago, there were rumors that she was actively planning to take over a piece of territory. Judging from her performance today, it seemed like she had set her sights on Garrick. Be careful, this woman is not simple. Even though the charm which is just a nickname, and she is not a real mage or warlock, it is a fact that she can make men dizzy. As far as I know, there are at least 7 or 8 unlucky men who have been bewitched by her to do stupid things like murder, robbery, and kidnapping. In the end, without exception, they all died from her crazy revenge, and all the benefits were taken away by this woman. It's as if she can control people's hearts. Of course, if she really has the ability to take over all the territories after Garrick's death, it's not bad for us to help her. After all, if we want to survive, develop, and get what we want in this city, we can't avoid dealing with the underground guild. Instead of finding someone we're not familiar with to work with, it's better to personally nurture one. At least we don't have to worry about betrayal in the short term. Portia sipped the ale in her cup as she explained the intricate relationships in the lower city district. She was like a completely different person. That naive and cute expression of the past was all gone. Instead, it was replaced by a gaze as sharp as a knife. Even though she was petite, her aggressiveness was not bad at all. In particular, she repeatedly emphasized how dangerous the charm witch, Maris, was. She realized that whenever she mentioned this woman, the young man sitting opposite her would become a little absent-minded, just like a young man who had just fallen in love. As a thief with sharp senses, Portia could easily tell that Mabel had started to have hazy feelings for Maris. She was afraid that he would do something stupid. Love was a deadly poison in Chaos City. Many promising young men fell in love with someone they shouldn't have, and ended up being betrayed or attacked. They degenerated into walking corpses or even lost their lives. Don't worry. I can control my emotions. I won't be bewitched by anyone. Perhaps Mabel realized that the big-breasted lowly's gaze was a little strange, so he hurriedly explained in a panic. However, it was a pity that there was no trace of fear in his tone. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that he had fallen in love with her. If not for the fact that he knew he had a mission, he would have already taken the initiative to pursue her. Damn it! I knew this trip wouldn't be so smooth. Portia gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Then, she quickly took out a steel needle from her waist pouch and stabbed it into Mabel's thigh. At the same time, she covered his mouth with her other hand and warned him in a very stern tone, "Idiot! Wake up! You're on a life-and-death mission now. If something unexpected happens, you and I might die here. Think about your sister, Fiona, who you depend on for survival. She's still waiting for you to return safely and live a happy life together. Don't ruin all of this because of a sinister woman." The moment the steel needle pierced his thigh, Mabel was in so much pain that he almost jumped up from the chair. He glared at the halfling thief, but when he thought about his sister, he quickly calmed down and his eyes regained their clarity. He took a deep breath, removed the small hand covering his mouth, and nodded lightly. "Thank you for your advice. I think my mind is clear now. At least I won't be led by the nose by the other party." "Very good. Looks like you're not so stupid that you can't be saved. Now go to the second floor and meet with that woman. I'll cover you from the outside. If you need help, try to make as much noise as possible. I can rush in from the window at any time." After saying this, Portia took out a piece of leather and gently wiped the bloodstains on the steel needle. Then, she used the dim light in the hall to enter stealth mode and quietly left the inn. Just like when she entered, she didn't attract anyone's attention. Chapter 463. Sigh. I'm really starting to hate Valen City more and more. Alcohol, women, and the twisted and chaotic atmosphere of pleasure. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll unknowingly lose myself. It's better to settle everything as soon as possible and return to Sea Turtle Island. Mabel rubbed her thigh where she had been stabbed as she smiled wryly to herself. She stood up after a short while and walked straight to the stairs. Actually, the faint feelings he had for Maris were only a normal male's impulsiveness after encountering a beautiful female. It was far from love, and he had immediately tossed it to the back of his mind after being taught a lesson by Boscia. After all, compared to a strange woman he had only known for less than an hour, there was no way he could compare her to his little sister whom he depended on for survival. Carefully avoiding a few drunken pirates who were wrestling with each other, Mabel quickly arrived at the third guest room on the second floor. Just as she was about to knock on the door suddenly opened a crack and a slender arm stretched out from within, accompanied by a burst of playful laughter. "Hee, I can't stand you any longer. You finally appeared before my patience ran out. But before you enter, you have to pay 5 silver coins first. We've already agreed on the price. Please put away these tricks, charming witch. Maris, I've already inquired about your identity, so please don't test me again and again. Otherwise, I don't mind telling Garrick your thoughts." Mabel didn't pay any attention to the other party's provocation and used a tone that kept people at arm's length to issue a threat. Wow. What a heartless man to actually say such hurtful words to a beautiful lady. You have to know that the nickname Charming Witch is a malicious slander against me. Those who died were all of their own free will and weren't under the control of some kind of magic or supernatural force like the rumors say. Forget it, you won't believe me even if I explain now. Let's talk about how to make Iron Fist Garrick disappear completely. Finishing her words, the woman known as the Charming Witch by the residents of the lower city, Maris, grabbed the young man's arm and pulled him into the room, quickly closing the door behind her. After entering the room, Mabel's eyes widened as she vigilantly sized up the other party. She inwardly reminded herself not to repeat the same mistake. Less than an hour ago, he had almost been played by this woman. If it wasn't for Boscia's reminder at the crucial moment, he might have become her subordinate or even a mindless slave. Maris didn't care about the young man's actions. After locking the door, she laid down on the bed in a very seductive posture, a playful smile on her beautiful face. "You're welcome. Please sit wherever you want. It's okay even if you lie on the bed. Who asked me to have a special feeling for you?" Mabel took a deep breath and calmed her wildly beating heart. She sat down on the chair closest to the window and asked, "Tell me, how do you plan to deal with Garrick? And how do you guarantee that you can take over his territory after you kill him? What role do I need to play, and what benefits will I get afterwards?" According to the pre-planned dialogue, he asked the most critical questions in one breath. "Back. Not bad, I really couldn't tell that you could think of so much when you look so dumb. All right, since you've asked, I'll answer you one by one to show my sincerity." Saying this, Maris crossed one leg over the other and used one hand to support her chin. She pointed at the bustling street outside the window. "Maybe you don't know, but even though Garrick appears to be loyal to the guild he belongs to on the surface, he's already started running his own business in private. Especially through the simple dock in front of the Thousand Sails Inn. Every month, at least 1,000 gold coins worth of goods enter the city, but he hasn't paid a single copper coin in taxes. Do you know what this means? This means betrayal. A naked betrayal to the guild he belongs to. None of the guilds would tolerate their leader keeping such a large sum of money. The higher-ups have already investigated everything, so I've replaced him and become the new ruler of these streets. Of course, a part of this is due to my own ambition. After all, who wouldn't want to climb to a higher position in the chaotic Valen city and enjoy the wonderful taste of power? Since this is the will of the higher-ups of the guild, it means that once Garrick dies in my hands, I'll automatically take over everything he left behind, including territory, wealth, and even women. As for the specifics, we'll talk about it later. You just need to know that I have a way to make that idiot walk right into your trap. After this is done, you can open a shop in my territory and sell these steel weapons. I only want 30% of the profits, including taxes. However, there's a precondition. and that's that I have the right to purchase them first. How about it? Not bad, right? It had to be said that just from the perspective of opening a shop and taxes, the charming witch's offer was indeed generous. It was even much better than the tax system of many other cities. After all, blacksmithing was one of the most profitable industries in Orire. Most countries would levy a tax of more than 50%, so those who could control this industry were either nobles who were exempt from taxes or merchants who were protected by nobles. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way of competing with them in terms of price. At most, they could only open a shop in a small town or village in the countryside to forge farm tools. However, Vallon City had always been targeted by the powerful Lincoln City and was sealed off from all aspects, resulting in an extreme shortage of professionals. Add to that the fact that there were no iron mines, so there was no such problem. The reason why Maurice offered such generous conditions was that she wanted to use the youth to ensure that her plan could be carried out smoothly. In particular, the remaining 30 steel weapons could greatly increase the combat strength of her subordinate. On the other hand, she wanted to meet with the blacksmith who had forged these high-quality weapons. If possible, it would be best if she could win him over and make him a good helper for her to realize her ambitions. Mabel didn't know about this woman's wishful thinking. With his intelligence and life experience, he wasn't able to understand too complicated a conflict of interest. Thus, after some consideration, he quickly said, "I think I more or less understand your plan and conditions. Let's end it here for today. Please give me a few hours to consider. Whether you agree or not, I'll give you an answer before nightfall." Chapter 464. Consider? Could it be that the conditions I offered were not good enough? Or do you have other plans, such as betraying me to gain more benefits? Maurice sat up from the bed as she spoke. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the young man, gently stroking the gemstone ring on her finger. Although her tone was still as seductive as ever, it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if a female spider that had spread her web and was about to hunt had finally revealed her ferocious side. Murderous intent. Although Mabel was only a sturdy fisherman in the past, the sixth sense she had honed in the sea to avoid danger instantly came into play. She immediately drew the longsword at her waist and asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? Of course, I'm trying to eliminate hidden dangers. I hate betrayal, and I hate it even more when people treat me like I'm an idiot. You either give me a definite answer now, or it will be the same as announcing the start of the battle. I'll give you one last hint. Don't underestimate a woman's combat skills." Maurice disappeared from her spot as soon as she finished speaking. The next second, she appeared behind the young man. A pair of metal claws had appeared on her right hand at some point in time. She gently pressed the claws against the skin on the young man's neck. Drops of blood slowly dripped down along the cold, sharp blade. The entire process was clean and efficient, leaving no room for evasion. However, Mabel wasn't alone. Portia, who had been waiting outside the window for a long time, saw that the situation was critical. She immediately used her cloak as a shield and broke through the window, arriving in front of the young man in the blink of an eye. She held a sharp magical dagger in her hand, the thief's friend. She immediately cut off the other party's metal claws. Then, with the advantage of her petite body, she kicked the young man behind the knee and knocked him to the ground. She fiercely warned, "Don't move if you're smart. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting a hole in your neck." "Ha ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew you would show up. The king of thieves, Portia." Maurice, who was pressed to the ground, didn't show any fear. Instead, she laughed wildly, as if the dagger on her neck didn't exist. "Shut up. You damned charm witch. I knew this conversation wouldn't be anything good." Portia slapped Maurice's face and cursed with gritted teeth. Obviously, she'd already realized that everything from before was just bait, and her goal was to force him to show himself so that she could figure out his strength. The halfling bandit felt an uncontrollable rage in his heart at the thought of this vixen plotting against him. He wished he could just tear apart that smug face of hers and see if she could still smile again. However, her rationality told her that if she really did that, the consequences would be very serious. In Valen City, almost everyone knew that if a crafty fellow suddenly revealed an obvious flaw in a negotiation, then he would definitely be prepared to deal with it. Acting rashly would only bring about disaster, and there was basically no hope of gaining any advantages. Bah! Maris opened her mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. She said proudly, "Hee. Your appearance is really a big surprise. Probably no one would have thought that the king of thieves that the entire underground guild was desperately looking for was actually right in front of me. Tell me, how much can I sell this information for?" "You still want to sell out my whereabouts at this point?" Portia asked with a cold smile as she used her dagger to cut open the other party's delicate skin. If the following answer didn't satisfy her, then blood would splatter 3 feet in a second. "Very simple. I want you to help me kill someone. Perhaps there are people in this city who are more skilled than you in battle, but you definitely won't be able to find a second person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you in terms of stealth and assassination. Of course, the conditions just now won't change, but I'll add one more condition. You can obtain half of Garrick's personal wealth." As a woman who had wandered the underworld for many years, Maris' mind had long been trained to the point where she was fearless even in the face of death. She calmly stated her conditions. She understood that if the other party wanted to kill you, then it would be useless no matter what you did. If the other party didn't want to kill you, then it wouldn't matter even if you were a little arrogant. Kill who? I'll say this first, if it involves the internal power struggle of the underground guilds, then I'll immediately tear your throat out and leave Valen City as quickly as possible. It won't matter what tricks you have up your sleeves. Portia threatened with a half-truth. From the moment she charged into the room, she knew that she only had 2 choices. One was to cooperate with this cunning woman in front of her, and the other was to kill her and quickly escape on a boat. Otherwise, she would have to face a city-wide manhunt. It was obvious that although the latter would be satisfying, it wouldn't be able to complete the most important mission of this trip. Thus, the former was the smart choice. Ha 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 ha. Maris, whose life was in danger, suddenly laughed out loud for some reason. She quickly fished out a piece of parchment that reeked of a strange smell from the inside of her skirt. "Here, this is the name list. There are 6 people in total. None of them are in the upper echelons of the guild, nor are they important figures. They are only trusted aides that Garrick has secretly nurtured. What you need to do is to kill all of them before they realize that danger is approaching. As for Garrick himself, I'll use my own method to get rid of him, just like how he publicly executed Throat Cutter Carl in the downtown area when he was in power. Every new manager must use the blood of the defeated to dye their throne red. This is an eternal tradition of Valen City, and also a deterrent to the ambitious schemers behind them. I already have a perfect plan that will be enough to scare off all the competitors." Hearing this, Portia thought for a few minutes with a gloomy face and quickly nodded. "All right. But I want priority in choosing the spoils of war. If you agree, then the people on the name list will become corpses before daybreak tomorrow." "No problem, I can give you this promise right now." Maris agreed without even thinking. To her, the most important thing was to get rid of Garrick as soon as possible and take over the territory. As long as it didn't involve the distribution of power, other things like money and benefits could be discussed. After all, if she challenged the leader of a certain area, she would naturally receive countless benefits if she won. But if she lost, the consequences would be even more terrifying than death, especially since she was a rather beautiful woman. "Then I look forward to working with you." Portia quickly put away her dagger and extended her right hand. The speed of her change in attitude was unbelievable. Chapter 465. Happy working with you. Maurice wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and similarly extended her right hand to shake hands with the big-breasted lowly. Not a single trace of resentment could be seen on her smiling face, as though she did not mind that the other party had ruthlessly slapped her. In fact, in the underground world, almost every person who could climb to a high position did not care if they were beaten or not, nor did they care about their so-called reputation. Generally speaking, they only cared about two things. One was money and power, and the other was their life. The more money they had, the more loyal and devoted subordinates they could nurture and make them work for them. Moreover, they could also obtain unimaginable power at the same time. Life was the most basic of the basics. Without life, how could one savor an exciting life, enjoy the pleasure of controlling the fate of others, taste delicious food, fine wine, and play with beautiful members of the opposite sex? In short, as long as these two bottom lines were not violated, it was possible to make peace even with enemies who had killed one's father. The two women in the underground world reached an agreement at lightning speed and formed a close alliance. The entire process only took 2 minutes from the beginning to the end. It was completely impossible to tell that they had wanted to get rid of each other before this. As for the rookie Mabel, she did not understand what had happened at all. She stood foolishly on the spot, staring at everything with her eyes wide open. Her face was filled with doubt and incomprehension. With her level of intelligence and knowledge, she was far from being able to understand the stakes involved. She was still puzzled as to why the two people who had been fighting to the death a moment ago could smile and hug each other after 1 or 2 minutes. However, Boscia was too lazy to explain further. She did not even say a word and directly left the youth in the room. She jumped out of the window and jogged along the roof, quickly disappearing without a trace. "Hee, see you later, silly little brother. I hope we can continue this business of 5 silver coins in the future." Maris smiled as she teased Mabel. She then turned around and left the room, leaving Mabel alone in the messy room. Now that the sky outside was gradually darkening, the noisy night was about to descend. She had to set everything up as soon as possible, and it had to be done before the other party noticed anything. When the sun rose tomorrow, Iron Fist Garrick would completely become history, and these streets would welcome a new ruler, just as the two men from Valen City were embroiled in the struggle for power in the underground world. A pirate ship flying a black skull flag slowly sailed into the peaceful bay of Sea Turtle Island. After anchored in the deep waters, it quickly lowered a few small boats and set off for the shore with ferocious pirates on board. The man at the head of the group was an expressionless man wearing exquisite magic leather armor. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and his chin was full of whiskers. He stood out from the crowd, both in his attire and temperament. He was none other than the famous sea wolf of the Sardinia Islands, Captain Kent. There was no mistaking the terrifying scar from his eyes to the corner of his mouth. It was said that 7 or 8 years ago, he had led a 2-masted sailboat to set up a trap in the Prior's Strait and successfully ambushed a Linton merchant convoy escorted by a large warship. Not only had he intercepted a large amount of valuable goods, he had also personally killed 3 feudal knights. That terrifying scar was the medal he had left behind at that time. One had to know that the level of an heir's profession wasn't based on a single profession, but the total level of all the professions, including the various professions, advanced professions, and so on. For example, a feudal knight had to start as a rank 5 warrior, and the lowest rank of knight was at least a rank 6 close combat professional. Furthermore, they belonged to the top echelon of close combat fighters. Obviously, to be able to deal with 3 feudal knights at the same time and achieve victory, even with the help of his subordinates, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Someone had seen Captain Kent's massacre. It was said that among all the pirate captains, if one only counted his personal strength, he could at least be ranked in the top 5. His use of the scimitar was superb, and warriors below rank 5 couldn't even last a few minutes before their heads were chopped off. This was because this captain had a combat specialty called combined defense with offense. He could calmly resolve the enemy's siege, and then patiently wait for the opponent's physical strength to be exhausted before looking for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow. In fact, he wasn't a captain born from the pirate system. Instead, he suddenly piloted the Sea Wolf to seek refuge with the pirate king, Francis. No one knew where this man came from, and no one knew his previous identity. It wasn't even clear whether his name was real or fake. In just 1 or 2 years, he rose rapidly like a comet, leaving many experienced pirate captains far behind. If it weren't for the poor quality of the crew under him, he would have long become one of the top 10 golden pirates. Many people wanted to know why such a powerful warrior with rich commanding experience suddenly chose to become a pirate. After all, with his skills, as long as he casually sought refuge with a king or a great noble, he would immediately be able to obtain a rich manor and become a privileged class revered by the commoners. Although the income of being a pirate was considerable, once they left the protection of the Sardinia Islands, they would be hated by everyone. All the cities in the Green Sea Alliance that caught pirates usually only had one outcome, and that was to be hanged. Their corpses were hung near the docks and exposed to the sun until they became skeletons. However, Sea Wolf Kent didn't seem to care about this. He still plundered merchant ships day after day without any capital. Today, he suddenly appeared on Turtle Island mainly because he had just plundered a merchant ship and happened to pass by, so he took in a new crew member. Although the Sardinia Islands were known as the evil pirate's nest, there weren't many who were truly suitable for piracy. Excluding those with severe disabilities, the remaining pirates didn't exceed 8,000 people. Many captains would even fight over outstanding crew members, which showed how difficult it was to replenish the crew. Before Andre's Arcane eye and bronze cannons appeared, the battles in the southern seas were completely primitive boarding battles. Thus, the number of sailors, fighting skills, and morale determined the strength of a ship. At the same time, the battles were also very tragic. Often, dozens of people would be injured or killed at the end of a battle. If both sides were equal in strength, it wasn't rare for more than half of the sailors to die in one battle. After all, they were only cannon fodder. The true elites with professions were the true backbone of every pirate ship. As long as these guys were still alive, they could quickly recover no matter how big the blow was. Chapter 466. Seeing that the small boat was getting closer and closer to the beach, Kent suddenly asked the first mate behind him, "Neil, are you sure there are a few brats on this island who want to join us?" "Of course, Captain. When I passed by not long ago, I happened to see a few bad boys fishing at sea. One of them called himself Edmund and said that he really wanted to become a strong pirate. I felt that the ship was understaffed recently, so I agreed to his request. Perhaps he's a bit lacking in battle, but at least he knows how to swim and has a decent physique. He should be much better after a few battles." The first mate, who looked to be in his 50s with thinning hair, bowed slightly and replied courteously with one hand on his chest. Perhaps he was putting on airs on purpose, or perhaps he had received a good education in etiquette, but whether it was his attire, speech, or actions, he didn't seem like a boorish person at all. Kent nodded lightly. "Since that's the case, let's go ashore first and recruit the people. We'll rest on this small island for the night and return to Valen City tomorrow morning. I don't want to take the risk of entering the reef-filled waters after dark." "As you wish." Neil bowed again and immediately yelled at the sailors rowing, telling them to work harder. It didn't take long for them to set foot on the white and soft beach. Just as the pirates were about to find a fisherman to ask about the situation on the island, a rotting smell suddenly wafted out from the coconut trees. A few seconds later, a human figure charged out. There weren't many intact patches of skin on his body, and the surface of his body was covered in dark red blood blisters. One of his hands was covered in wounds that were oozing pus. Who knew how many eggs had been laid by the terrifying skin flies? At a glance, the flesh was filled with dense white maggots wriggling around the wounds. Even the bravest pirate couldn't help but feel their scalp go numb. Monster! What a disgusting monster! Every pirate screamed in their hearts at the same time. Even though they were a group of desperados, and some of them even treated their lives as child's play, when faced with something they couldn't understand, their reactions were even worse than ordinary people's. Even the hands holding their weapons were trembling slightly. Bastard! Stop right there. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. The tall and burly boatswain finally couldn't bear it any longer. He raised his heavy scimitar and roared loudly. As a person who had experienced the plague at sea, he knew better than anyone else how many terrifying viruses this person in front of him carried in his body. Perhaps as long as he got a little closer, he would be able to infect a second person, then a third, a fourth, and so on. After that, the entire ship would die of the same symptoms. Due to the extremely backward medical system, Aurare's prevention of infectious diseases was basically nil except for divine spells. If an infected person entered a densely populated city, it was likely that more than half of the city's residents would die. In the worst-case scenario, they would even turn into ghosts. This also meant that once infected, the mortality rate would definitely exceed 99%. The remaining 1% would depend on one's physique and the blessing of the goddess of luck, which was why the pirates were so afraid. The cold gleam of the blade made the strange figure stop in his tracks. His entire body trembled as he stuttered, I'm Edmund. I have important information. I want to tell Captain Kent of the Sea Wolf. Edmund? Oh my God! How did you become like this? Did you suffer some kind of curse? The first mate, Neil, stood up and exclaimed loudly. He couldn't believe that the young man who was quite spirited the last time they met would end up like this in less than a month. As long as one wasn't blind, one could see that this body had completely decayed. Even the divine spells of a priest might not be able to save it. Ha 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 ha. No. Mr. Vice Captain, I'm like this now because of a few people. They tied me and my friends up on rocks and cruelly threw us into the sea. But I was lucky. Before I drowned, I managed to break free from the ropes and secretly hid in the cave over there. Revenge. I need you to help me take revenge. Kill these bastards. Especially that outsider. I want him to suffer unparalleled pain. Despair from the bottom of my heart. Kill. It. Edmund, who was no longer in his right mind, became more and more agitated as he spoke. In the end, he fell into a berserk state like a wild beast. His eyes emitted a terrifying blood-red light, and his mouth opened slightly to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. His fingernails grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming claws in a matter of seconds. They constantly emitted a rotten stench. There was no doubt that he could no longer be called a human. He was now a low-level undead creature, a ghoul. However, the so-called low-level here was for professionals. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was still a monster that was difficult to defeat. What was even more terrifying was that the mutated corpses of these humanoid creatures could release terrifying plagues and viruses in battle. Any unlucky person who was scratched or bitten by them would have a high chance of being infected with something called ghoul fever. This thing would lie dormant in the body for a day and would quickly erupt. The victim would often die before a priest appeared. Within 4 days of death, the corpse would become a second ghoul, continuing to attack the living. To some extent, it was like a huge source of infection. As long as it spread one after another, it would not take long for a small town to become a paradise for the undead. Many evil necromancers liked to create a few ghouls and throw them into the sewers of some cities. They would attack the residents who passed by and slowly accumulate their numbers. When they finally released them all at once, the damage they could cause was simply indescribable with words. Looking at Edmund, who had completely turned into a ghoul, Kent, who had been expressionless all this while, suddenly smiled playfully. He asked the first mate behind him, "Humph, interesting. This is the crew you found for me? An idiot who was cursed for eating his own kind? Orier was a world full of supernatural powers. There were many taboos that could not be broken, or there would be retribution. Especially the gods with different personalities. They all had their own factions and standpoints. One of the gods once listed cannibalism as a heinous crime, and he personally cursed anyone who ate their own kind. There was a certain chance that they would be directly turned into ghouls, and Edmund happened to break this taboo. The shreds of flesh hanging from his teeth were enough to prove this point. Chapter 467. It might be a little difficult for normal people to distinguish the types of meat, but for someone like Seawolf Kent who had killed countless people, he could easily tell from the color and texture of the meat. After all, human meat was very hydrated, and was fundamentally different from most other types of meat. Many scholars believed that it had some sort of special magic, and that once a person became a cannibal, they would never be able to quit. They would continue to eat humans for the rest of their lives, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. In fact, in alchemy and necromancy, every part of the human body had different symbolic meanings and magical uses. For example, the heart represented life, and could be used to create restorative items. The eyes represented reality, and could be used to create items and potions that could see through invisibility. Bones and teeth represented death, and were often used to store evil negative energy spells. As for human flesh, especially rotten flesh, it represented plagues, diseases, depravity, and the rebirth of the dead. Even normal people knew this. Seeing that the last trace of life on Edmund had completely disappeared, Vice Captain Neal sighed helplessly. "I'm very sorry, sir. I didn't think things would turn out like this. But don't worry, as the one who invited you, I will take responsibility and clean up everything." "Very well. Then I'll return to the ship and await your good news. Remember, no one can kill the crew of the Seawolf without paying a price. Let those arrogant bastards pay the price. I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, I want all the residents of this island to disappear, and we'll use their blood to establish our name." After giving this bloodthirsty and cruel order, Kent turned and jumped into the boat. 2 loyal subordinates quickly followed, rowing with all their might. They quickly left the shore and headed for the large ship anchored in the distance. He didn't even look at Edmund, who had turned into a ghoul. It was as if the undead that ordinary people feared wasn't even worth mentioning to him. After watching the captain leave the beach, Neal slowly unsheathed the thin sword at his waist. He spoke in a heavy voice to the ghoul who hadn't completely lost his mind. "Edmund, I believe you should know what you've become by now. So, please tell me your last wish, or should I say your last words? I'll definitely fulfill it for you." Wish? I want revenge. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Accompanied by a maniacal growl, Edmund's eyes abruptly shot out 2 beams of ferocious light. He pounced on the sailor closest to him like a wild beast, opening his mouth and tearing open the sailor's neck in one bite. He tore open the fresh red flesh, and in just a few short seconds, the area around the neck was completely devoured, leaving only white bones behind. Even though ghouls could retain their memories and intelligence from when they were alive, due to the corrosion of negative energy, their stomachs were always in a state of hunger. Once they smelled the scent of a living person, they would immediately go berserk. Under the control of his terrifying appetite, it was rare for him to communicate. Usually, meeting meant that a battle had begun. The current situation was just him revealing his true nature, so it was not worth making a fuss about. The bloody scene terrified many of the pirates, and they quickly drew their weapons and retreated. Only the first mate, Neal, remained unmoved. He muttered to himself in a pitiful tone, "Have they completely fallen? Since revenge is your last wish, I will fulfill it for you. Please rest in peace." Just as he finished speaking, he was like a cheetah, sprinting more than 10 meters away in an instant. The thin sword in his hand reflected a blinding golden light under the rays of the sunset. Before anyone could see clearly what had happened, A piercing scream rang out across the beach. Ah! A blade that was only 2 fingers wide had pierced through Edmund's brain. Even the victim beneath him had suffered the same fate. No one knew what kind of swordsmanship this old man in his 50s had used, but he had forcefully opened up 2 holes in the hardest part of a human's skull. The edges of the incisions were very smooth, as if they had been polished with a tool. Clearly, even an undead creature like a ghoul could not survive after losing its brain. Its 4 limbs writhed and twitched a few times before it lay motionless on the ground, completely dead. Poor fellow! May your soul be able to rest in peace in the kingdom of the gods. If not, then may you have a good place in the abyss or hell. As he wiped off the blood and brain matter on his sword, he recited the eulogy in a low voice. He was so calm that it was as if he had not just killed a dangerous undead, but was just taking a stroll after a meal. Golden sunset, green seawater, pure white beach. The old man with thinning hair faced the sea breeze, as he muttered something under his breath. His straight figure and meticulous etiquette made him look like a true gentleman. Of course, this was if one ignored the 2 corpses that emitted a strong smell of blood and the brain matter on the sharp thin sword. Such a strange scene caused the 40-plus pirates to tremble all over. They all knew that their vice-captain had a very strange temper. He would never yell, nor would he say any insulting words. However, once he made a move, he would be exceptionally ferocious. He would never give the enemy any chance to retaliate. He was the type of dangerous person who would try his best not to speak if he could make a move. A pirate plucked up his courage and carefully took 2 steps forward. With a slightly trembling voice, he asked, Vice-Captain, may I ask what we are going to do next? Neil expressionlessly sheathed his thin sword and smoothed his white hair that was messed up by the wind. The corner of his mouth raised slightly as he replied, Of course we are going to sweep the entire island. Didn't you hear the captain's order? Kill every living person you can see. Use blood and death to establish the prestige of the Seawolf. And also fulfill Edmund's last wish. Remember, I don't care what method you use. In short, you only have an hour and a half to clean up this island. You are not allowed to leave anything behind. Otherwise, I will personally take action. I believe you should be very clear about the consequences if I take action, right? As the last word fell, 2 rays of chilling light flashed in his eyes. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. He did not seem like an old man at all. Instead, he seemed like an unsheathed sword that could pierce someone's heart at any time.